The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation.
The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
First-time
caller.
First-time caller.
After downloading the free Discord app, use the invite link in the description or scan this QR code with your phone to be taken to the Beyond Wednesdays Discord server.
First-time listener, long-time caller.
There you will see the Modern Comic Mayhem category on the left with the call-in waiting room. Join that call-in waiting room, set up your camera and your mic, and have your questions ready.
Call me now!
Oh boy, we're going to have an interesting show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Saturday night Modern Comic Mayhem show. Hope you enjoyed the sesh. It was a little extra long tonight, but I think it might be the first night where we started it early, so we start closer to start time, which is crazy for me. It's nuts. I always got to be late. Binkies, how you doing, brother?
Cold. Good, but freezing still.
For those of you guys
that hot shower did not wash off the 10-degree wind chill.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping updates on the game that's playing now, most likely. Hopefully, just keep me updated in the chat. But you spent the day at the shellacking of C.J. Stroud in Houston and Baltimore.
Yeah, embarrassed them. No other way to put it. It was a straight beatdown. I'm not surprised at the end result, but I'm surprised it was as ugly as it was.
Yeah. Remember, everybody, you can jump in with us on the Discord and call in live if you ever want to call in, ask questions. You can find links in the description on how to get to the Discord. There is a voice room, call-in room, so go check it out. But we got an interesting show tonight. We got some cool guests, some really cool guests to start it off. You guys know I've been a big fan of the book Dwellings for a while now, and love the fact, I mean, the stories, the art, it's great. Love the fact of how collectible it's become. It's been a big part of speculation and what we talk about. So we got Jay Stevens on tonight. We also got the art director from Gold Key Comics, and part of a local shop here in the Valley, Arnold from Gold Key, come and hang out with us. So let's bring them in here. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Stevens and Arnold from Gold Key. How you guys doing?
Hello. Doing all right. Ravens fan, huh?
Yeah, Baltimore native.
Congrats.
Thank you. It's been a long time coming. 2 more wins.
Yeah, well, they're looking good, man. They're looking good. And I think they're probably going to end up being in the dance. But the last time we were in Baltimore, we went to a game there, and it was pretty excellent. It was pretty fun. So
yeah, we do it right. The fact that the parking lot is crossed between Camden Yards and Raven Stadium, and then they just fill the whole thing out for tailgating, and even now, just the past year or two, there's food trucks there. There's concerts going on. It's a fantastic time.
Yeah, nice. Jay, where are you at? Where are you located?
I'm in a town called Guelph, Ontario, which is just south of Toronto.
Okay.
So not too far from the snowy regions of Baltimore.
You a Maple Leafs fan, I imagine?
Unfortunately, yeah, that's you have to be.
So I got a good story for you. My best friend's son grew up playing hockey with Austin Matthews. And I know Austin's parents. We used to go and go out to dinner and stuff after the games. And second everybody saw that kid, you knew he was going to be in the game, and he's I think leading the league in goals right now. Local Phoenix boy.
It could be worse. You could be a Canadians fan after today's game.
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. But you're
too many of those around here.
Yeah. It's nice and cold out by you too, though. You got two guys that are in the nice, beautiful, one of the most beautiful places in the world during the winter.
And then two other guys with their air conditioners on.
Yeah. Yeah. You got it. So, another thing that we've talked a lot about on this channel is Gold Key. You guys kind of pulled off a pretty little slick move and put out the Boris Karloff book, which was absolutely awesome. Had a lot of people talk about that here, and I've talked to Lance more than anybody. And he's a hard person to get on a show. Let me tell you, man. You schedule a show and he goes on a cruise or something like that, and you're like, come on, man. But
that's the life.
Yeah. And I always get asked about what other IPs that you guys have, and we were talking about it backstage. It's kind of like a fresh slate, so to say, with you guys, right? Boris Karloff. You're not lucky enough to get that, did really well with it. And then, you didn't bring anything over from the original Gold Key run.
Yeah, we didn't. It only came with the trademark. So all the, we've had talks, like I mentioned, with Harlem Globetrotters. We were able to pick up Boris Karloff, which was awesome because dealing with his estate is just basically dealing with his daughter, Sarah. And she's rad. And so there's talks of us picking up some bigger IPs, but we have to basically, fight for it like all the other publishers. But we have the advantage of they would be like super way more cool with the Gold Key logo on it again. So yeah.
And so I happened to go into a local shop by me. I don't know, probably like maybe 6 months ago, maybe longer, and I didn't realize that you guys that's what your home base is out here. You guys are in a shop called Ghost Cactus Comics, which is a pretty sweet little shop. If you guys are out in the Phoenix area, make sure you guys stop in and check them out. They got a pretty rad little store.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I went into the shop. I just happened. I didn't know you guys were in that shop. I didn't know, anything about it basically, and I just was on my way to my parents one day, and I see this comic shop, and I pull in, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna check to see if they have this book that just came out, and it just so happened to be the Dwellings reissue, the first Dwellings reissue with Oni Press. The first issue had just come out, and we had talked about the cover, and then we saw the bloody cover, and then the next thing you know, that bloody cover is on the Hot Books of the Week. We talked about it on the Hot 10 show. It was there multiple times, and it was kind of interesting because it made me remember something that I just happened to see doing research back in the day, and it was this cover right here. I remember the first time I saw this cover right here. Yeah, and just thought, holy shit, what is this? And Jay, I got to be honest, I wasn't really knowledgeable on your career, man. You have been in this game for a long time. You're a pro, man, like an industry pro. 1994, I think, right? Is that kind of when you started?
90, 91, somewhere in there, yeah.
We got it.
Been doing this a while.
There's something that we do every show. That we have a creator on, and it's like a ritual. We have to talk about what was your first professional work, and also a little caveat to it. Is there anything where you have maybe sent in before you were like a pro, like when you were a kid, so we can go search it and collect it?
Oh, interesting. Not really. I loved comics as a kid, but to me they seemed so magical that it never occurred to me that I could make them, honestly. Mm-hmm. So I didn't really do a lot of that. Did a lot of drawing as a kid, but I didn't really make a lot of comics like some other kids I know do. For me, also depends on what you mean by professional. So I was in art school, hoping to be a painter, I guess. Don't recommend art school. And met some other students who were putting together a comic for the student newspaper, like a comic section. And that was the first time I ever drew comics. Wasn't a paying gig, but the comics were really popular, and the paper disappeared really quick. And then the guy, Michel Vrana, this guy who was in 4th year photography, who put this thing together, he got it into his head. He's like, there's a comic store. This is in Toronto at the Ontario College of Art. And he goes, there's a comic shop down the street called Silver Snail. Maybe we should do like a mini comic and see if we could sell it there. And so we did. And it sold out. And that's how this all started. So I guess in a way that was my first pro gig. But that's a mini comics gig. And then what happened from there is one of the other contributing cartoonists, this guy Nick Crane, he was from here, Guelph, Ontario. He'd worked for a comic shop here in town called Collage, and he said, my old boss Shane wants to publish us. And so we founded Tragedy Strikes Press and started putting out our own indie comics right before the bust.
Wow.
Like 91.
Yeah. So what would you consider that first work that, is there something that people collect that you see a lot? You see when you get asked to sign books and stuff that like they love to look for?
Yeah, there's a couple of weird projects I've done, more mainstream projects over the years. One that's getting harder to find is it was a Dark Horse one-shot called Aliens Wraith. That was a horror one-shot for the Aliens franchise that I wrote and Eduardo Rizzo drew. And that one's getting hard to find. I signed some of those. I was an inker on Grant Morrison's The Invisibles for a few issues.
Yeah.
That comes up. Yeah, I've done all kinds of weird stuff.
I actually want to talk about that real quick. It's a nice little Segu, as we call him around here. The working with Grant Morrison. What was that?
And Sean Phillips.
Yeah, and Sean. Who?
Sean Phillips was.
Yeah, Sean Phillips. Yeah. And I apologize. So it was only 3 issues, right? So, but was there any weird stories with Grant Morrison? Because we always hear these weird stories with Grant.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So you've heard these before? Yes, yeah. I have weird Grant Morrison stories. I do.
Can we hear some?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So, so Shelley Bond was my editor at Vertigo at the time, and I'm sure you've heard Grant writes kind of like half-finished scripts. It's a weird kind of Stanley Marvel method thing where he's got some stuff worked out, and then he says, "Pages to come." And the artists are kind of figuring it out. And Grant's theory back then, I don't know how he works these days, but was that it's sort of a dreamscape communal experience that we're all writing it together. And I think this was the counting to none sequence in Invisible, so that the issues were counting backwards. So I get my issues screwed up. I did 4 issues. So I think it was in the 2nd issue. King Mob is in India, and he's at a cafe with this guy Mason, and a horse dies in the street out the window. And I called Shelley and I was like, this is so weird. My brother is currently in India, and he just wrote me this letter saying that he'd just seen a similar thing. And she's like, oh yeah, that's just Grant. He's just connected with you now. So like, I get a script from Grant that is pretty much the same thing my brother's writing from India. It was just too weird.
Yeah, we like to call those around around here synchronicity. It follows me too. It follows me too. Like it's unbelievable, especially when you start noticing it. Yeah.
And then at the end of my run too, there was this older Invisible named Edith, who was a flapper in the 20s, and she's this cool, powerful old woman, but she passes away. And I think it was about 2 weeks after that my partner's grandmother passed too. So like the synchronicities were strong with the Invisibles.
Yeah. So when working with Grant, are you is in that situation, like how does that work? Is it through email? Are you guys talking on the phone, like that type of thing?
Well, this was back in the olden days. So I was literally just getting mailed scripts, I think, at that point.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, man. I love hearing some of those like inside baseball stories about, creators. We'll geek out from time to time over here, and that's kind of what we do. Finding out those, those first things that creators worked on that we fall in love. We can go find those. And I had seen the little Invisibles run you had done. I was like, I got to talk to him about Grant Morrison, man.
I've never met the guy in person, but I feel like he was in my head once. So
yeah, hell yeah,
we're pals.
Yeah.
Speaking of the olden days too, like when I think about it now, it's so crazy. Like, I was getting FedExed original Sean Phillips pages, inking them, and then FedExing them back. Like it's twice that stuff could have gotten lost. Like it's just insane to think now that we were just mailing around original art back and forth.
Yeah. One of the things that we hear about a lot is, and what we talk about also a lot, is that original art and how crazy expensive and collectible it's become. It's like that next level of collecting, right? And people love finding key comics and those first appearances, and man, that original art is the next place. That's the zenith.
Most modern cartoonists aren't even drawing on paper anymore, so that stuff gets rarer and rarer.
Yeah. One of the things that you did that I kind of keyed in on a little bit was the Atomic City Tales stuff, which was really good. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah,
how did that get started?
So that guy that I went to art school with, Michel Vrana, after Tragedy Strikes Press, he founded his own company, Black Eye Books, who has recently been reborn, not unlike Gold Key, and who I did the original series of Dwellings with. So this started as a project with him as well. I'd done some humorous comics before this, and I just had this idea for, I don't know, I'm a superhero fan too. I love all kinds of comics, and I kind of wanted to explore this weird idea. It's a screwed up superhero pastiche, which was kind of a thing back then. And I remember, at the time I was friends with Mike Allred and Mike Mignola when they were just kind of starting their projects too. So it felt like we were part of a wave. And Paul Pope, good friend, who was doing THB at the time. So this kind of was fitting into this, I don't know what you want to call it, like a new wave alternative superhero stuff. There was a little less, even though I'm a big fan, it was a little less parody stuff like Megaton Man and Flaming Carrot, and was getting a little more experimental, like a mix of Love and Rockets and Charles Burns' work, and kind of the Kirby and Ditko stuff that we all love so much. Yeah,
it really speaks a lot. You brought up Allred, and we talk about that a lot in the Madman character, and the older stuff. I actually got a couple of stories we're going to talk about later about seeing those old early appearances and finding those cool stories. And one of the things that I went through recently, went on a dive, is the Madman 10th anniversary stuff, which was really cool because it was like another huge jamboree. Like it was so many creators working on those books, and you were part of that. So like another great creator.
I love Mike, and had the pleasure of collaborating with him a couple of times too. So, and that was an interesting story too. That's a hard book to find now. The original Teen Titans Lost annual. So Bob Haney, the original co-creator of the Teen Titans, wrote this is his last script. Yep. It's the one where it's JFK in outer space. It's absolutely batshit crazy. I love it. And Mike and I are big fans of that stuff. And he didn't have time to really do it himself, so I penciled and Mike inked, which is a weird. I feel like that's backwards, but we had fun with it.
Yeah, I remember the Ecstatic stuff that he did, and loved that. And there was a lot of fun stories. You know, I remember hearing the story about the cover. I think it was a cover where it was Princess Di on the cover, and she had just passed, right? And they had to switch it, and I love searching for those type of things and finding those stories. That's fun stuff. Talk about Dwellings a little bit. How did that get started?
Yeah, so that's I mean, holy cow, what a shocking success that turned out to be, guys. It's really because it was really just a pandemic experiment, you know, like as I said, my friend Michel Vrana kind of he went on to be a award-winning book designer. He's got a successful career outside of comics, and I don't know what was going on with us at the same time. We stayed in touch a little bit, but he kind of just reached out to me out of the blue, and he's like, have you seen technology these days? Like crowdfunding, print-on-demand technology, like all those things we could only dream about doing in comics when we started out back in the day are totally possible now. And he's like, do you have any new ideas? And this was this experiment. So the first issue, part of the reason each issue of the Black-Eyed Dwelling series is self-contained is that it was a one-off. The first one was just a experiment to see, you know, what would it be like if you were at a antique shop or a flea market somewhere and you found a long box of old comics and you found one that looked like an old Casper comic.
Yeah.
And then you pulled it out and it was hardcore horror, you know, and it was kind of just a self-indulgent. Yeah, right on. You got
yeah.
OG.
This is. I think people gravitate towards it immediately, because of the art, right? It feels super nostalgic.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's nostalgic. It's fun. And then when you read, when I read the first issue, I was just telling, I was in a store the other day. I had a buddy come into town. We just went digging, and I took him to a bunch of cool stores. And, you know, they asked if there was anything that they should check out. And I asked them if they had checked out the Dwelling stuff. And I explained that first issue, how it's just like, you're not ready for what it's going to get into. And it's got this cool storytelling aspect. And I'm going to spoil it a little bit, but, you know, just the thoughts of kind of like the idea where the crows are following him because they know they have a food source, you know. It just felt super smart and fun.
He's gonna kill again.
It was absolutely awesome, and it just continued from there.
Thanks, Bryan.
And I tell people all the time, I don't think you're ready for this, and you're gonna fall in love with it even more once you read it. So
yeah, but I mean, that was part of the conceit of the concept, was that I was hoping, and I mean, I'm not the first to do it, and in fact, outside of North America, there are plenty. There's a long history of Japanese comic making manga that looks cute but is actually quite brutal. It's not like this is a new idea, but I did think that super cute Casper look, married with some real horror, would, in my mind, I was like, hopefully this will make the gross parts more shocking.
Yeah.
And I think it works. Yeah, he gets bashed in the head, and the next, that's all we put up there, right? No spoilers on the homepage.
I wanted to show this because another thing that you did, like, there's something about comics. We love when they're good and we're getting a good, you know, read out of them in a story. Especially it's something that you could talk to other fans about. Like, that's the really fun part about comics, but so is collecting. And one of the cool things that you do is you really do cool stuff for the collectors. Some of the stretch goals and stuff, and all the different variant covers, the super stylized, like, old
the
school
EC variants.
Yeah. Just really fun. And a lot of people a lot of the people that are fans of yours for the same reasons, you know, we talk about that all the time. Shout out to James Kreider on IG. Make sure you guys are following him. One of the best comic book accounts just to follow, see cool stuff. He was one of the first people that I remember talking about that and joining these cool Kickstarter projects and getting these cool stretch goals that are super collectible, which makes it fun.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing too, is because this is my old buddy Michelle and I getting back into this, we were just trying to create something that we would like, like what would we want to see? So, we brainstormed about like the risograph prints and the EC variants. Like it was totally nerdy. We were just like, well, what would you want to see? And so we got to pull off something that it's self-indulgent, but it's like something that I wanted to see somebody do. Yeah.
And you're still doing it with the original run. Well, I just recently got the this one, so make sure you guys go check out, follow Jay and follow whatever crowdfunded stuff he's working on, because you're still putting out really cool stuff with all kinds of cool collectible stuff for those people that love that. But the cool part also
right, Arnold?
Is what's that? Yeah.
We'll be talking about that in a minute. Yeah.
So then Oni, tell us how did Oni get involved and find this? And
yeah, so that was a pleasant surprise too, is that the last time I did a direct market comic series was Jet Cat Clubhouse with Oni Press back in the day. So it was kind of another really nice homecoming to have the brand new Oni Press. So Hunter Goranson actually bought a couple of Dwellings books through the Kickstarter, supported us, and then was like, what would you think about, taking this from a, direct to consumer thing that you've done, this small press thing, to like a direct market book? Would you want to do that? And it all just worked out. Like, Oni has let Black Eye and I finish the series in our own way, the way we intended, while they started putting together their thing. And it all worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you end up grabbing that one, Brian?
I did not find this one. I had a harder time finding this one than I did the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter made it easy for me, but I think the Kickstarter stuff is going to, once people realize, that's another cool thing about this aspect. Like, this channel was born because of like the fact that comics can not only be collectible and fun and in their own like usable way or reading way and story wise, but that you can make money off of them too. Like, let's be honest, a lot of people are selling going and finding old school books and selling them, or whatever. It's a big part of the hobby, and I think it's a big reason that the hobby still continues, right? That's a fun part of it. And this was a big deal. This 1 in 10, it made a lot of people that were lucky enough to find them, to get into this. And then here's the other thing. It was so collectible that people are just putting them in their collections. You're not seeing them, go back out there, in stores and on the secondary, which is very cool. It's very cool.
Yeah. It's awesome. And yeah, sorry. But I will say too, speaking of the Black Eye books, like those EC variant covers.
Yes.
Like, I think there's a total of 10 of those for each issue.
Wow.
That's gotta be my rarest variant.
And that's what I'm talking about. Once like people are realizing that these crowdfunded books are going to be super ghosts in the future. So, so anyways, a long way around to circle back to say that we, I found Ghost Cactus Comics, just going looking for the Dwellings books and yada yada, and then here we go. You ready for it? Synchronicity strikes again. I get a little birdie tells me, we might be doing something with Jay, and I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. And the next thing we know, we hear about Figgy Furthermore, which is that's killer. Like, where'd that come from? Right?
I don't know. That's just the way my brain works.
Yeah. And it was a perfect pairing, man. It was absolutely awesome. How did you get introduced to the guys at Gold Key?
I'll let. Gold Key reached out to me, right?
There we go.
I don't know how that first started at year end, but
yeah, there was a couple of artists that when we first got together, and we were like, "What are we going to publish first?" Before we even, maybe at the same time we were getting Boris, and one of the partners said, "Check this guy out," and you were. Your Instagram already had stuff that was like this guy was like made for Gold Key, and I was familiar with Land of Nod, but I didn't put the two together. And so we're just really lucky to be able to contact you, Jay, and get like agreements. It was even like, I don't think there's contract involved, just a kind of a gentleman's handshake, and we're going to do a series after you were done with Dwellings. And that was before Dwellings blew up, so it's
a perfect fit. It's an absolutely perfect fit.
Before Gold Key blew up and before Dwellings blew up, you just said, "Would you do it?" And I was like, "Fuck yes." Gold Key, yeah, let's do this.
That's perfect. Yeah, it's a great fit, man. It's like it was meant to be.
I think so. Yeah, it's for me. This is. I mean, I never imagined that the brand would return like this. And like Arnold was saying at the top of the show too, it's like, Gold Key. When you picture Gold Key comics, the ones that you remember from back in the day, there's a vibe, there's a feel, and it's not necessarily about the specific franchises. And so in this case, that's the thing too. Is like with Figgy, it's like, why couldn't we create something brand new that has that Gold Key Hanna-Barbera 60s feel,
Yeah.
And so to me anyway, I mean, you guys will have to tell me, but to me, it feels like a old school Gold Key book, even though it's brand new stuff.
Yeah. That's the 100%, no doubt about it. It's again, another thing that we talk about a lot is just how important nostalgia is, right? It's a crazy drug, man. It nostalgia, it lasts forever, it feels like, and there's those certain things that hits that nostalgia feels, and I think what the guys are doing with Gold Key really does feel that way. Talk about that a little bit, Arnold, like the direction of the art and what you guys are kind of going with in the future. Right now we're super focused on Figgy and the second issue of Boris. We do have an original title coming out, and it's kind of like a folk horror, so it's going back down the horror avenue. Hell yeah.
And Lance the connection guy. He's a good talker. I don't mean that in a negative way. He connects with people really well. He's a genuine dude. And he's lined something up to where we might have avenue to a lot more of the old IP, and I'm hoping that goes through. And I'll add, like, we talk, we throw ideas around, and so back in the 60s and 70s, Gold Key was licensing like the current television series out.
Yeah.
And so that's something I'd like to look into as well, like the series that I'm totally into. I mean, that Apple series, I never remember the name, Severance. Like, just these new shows though, True Detective, the Fargos, like whatever new shows out, if they're willing to, if they see a value in also having some corresponding stories in comic book form, that'd be way cool to marry the past Gold Key with the new. So we're experimenting down a couple episodes there.
We're losing them. Let's bring in one of our favorite artists who just happened to jump in. I'm just now seeing him. I apologize. Fitz. Shout out Art by Fitz. What's going on, brother?
What's happening, man?
How you doing?
I don't have cool mics like you guys.
Arnold, we're losing you a little bit, man. If you want to try and check the mic settings on StreamYard, it might help, or just rejoin. But But yeah, I think this is awesome. I think this is a great feel, and just the fact that we might be able to see maybe some J. Stevens variants on some future Gold Key products and IPs would be super cool, super collectible.
That is very likely, and you know, I can't talk too much about it, but I'm continuing my work with Oni as well, and there will be some J. Stevens variants coming up for some Oni stuff too. There should be a big announcement from Oni Press in the next couple weeks about a new project. Yeah,
that's even better. We love to hear that, man. That is super cool. Yeah, it's about a perfect fit that you can get this project. Can you talk much about like what's the plan and of the story, maybe without giving too much away?
Sure. It's definitely classic Gold Key in the sense that there's a main character and a main story. So Figgy, furthermore, is a spirit guide dog that is hanging around to take care of his bratty boy Housie, who he's like your typical old school 50s, 60s comics brat, you know, like a Dennis the Menace type. Keeps getting into trouble, so the ghost dog hangs around to make sure that he doesn't die. That's the main story, and there'll be 2 Figgy stories per issue, and then there's backup features, just like in the old Gold Key. So there's another story about Wax and Wayne, the outer sprites from Jupiter's moons, and they're in that, and a backup feature called Kitschy and the Witchcrafts, about a little girl that lives or is staying at her grandmother's cottage, who happens to be a witch, and gets into her magic basket to make crafts with, and the crafts come to life, and there's like a crafting page on the back. So old school kids comics, and so there's all these short stories over the 6-issue run that we have planned, but there is an arc. There is a story arc for all of them.
Yeah, that's cool. So is this so this is is it you trying to go more kids and try to get more kids maybe to really? I love that.
So Figgy is for sure. It's a little break from the hardcore horror of Dwellings.
Yeah.
So this is an actual straight up all ages comic. However, I want to be quick to add that it's not pandering.
Yeah.
I actually can't stand the current state of most kids comics, where you know, I mean, these days it seems like, and I've done a lot of work for kids magazines and kids illustration, and it just seems so overly restrictive these days, you know, where you have to have a, you know, master's degree in children's education to write a kids comic book these days. This is not that. This is wild abandon. You know, this is a fun crazy comic
stuff, that
I think and when I say all ages, I mean I think adults will dig it too. But
yeah, for sure, 100%. I can already guarantee that. Got a lot of fans of old school kids books because we all grew up reading stuff like that. Again, nostalgia hits deep, which is super cool. That's great. Yeah, man, I'm excited. Super excited. You guys, Binkies, you get into any of the dwelling stuff? Do you ever get into much of it?
I have, and it was the covers that drew me in out of the box. It's just like you said, I look at it and I see Hanna-Barbera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
True and through.
Yeah.
That's what sold me on it. I'm a huge Hanna-Barbera person. So
yeah, that's super cool, man. I'm excited. Jay, this was like the perfect synchronicity again. How this all worked. It was super fun, and I hope that in the future we can have you back on anytime you got anything new, and you know, anytime you want to hang out, we'd love to have you here, man.
Oh, I'd love to. That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, there's more news from Oni coming up in the next month or so, and maybe I'll hit you guys up again.
Yeah. One of the guys on the show, Josh, below Binkies there, is our resident foreign comic guy. Josh, is there any foreign Gold Key stuff out there that's super crazy?
Oh yeah, there's definitely foreign Gold Key stuff.
Yeah.
I don't have any of it, but it's definitely out there.
Jay, are you into the horror aspect of books? that's such a big part of Dwellings. Did you read old school horror books, comics? Did you ever get into any of that stuff?
Yeah, a little bit. And honestly, for me, this will sound kind of weird, but I'm a first generation Canadian, so my family history is British, and so we got a lot of those English annuals. There's some on my shelf, but you know what I'm talking about? Those big, like, terribly cardboard bound, cheap things that would fall apart.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of scary stuff in those, and those were kind of my first horror comics. But again, I'm kind of old, so the first superhero comics I was buying from Marvel were kind of horror comics anyway.
Yeah.
Like I had Son of Satan #1 off the shelf.
Yeah.
So I've been into horror and sort of that weird mix of horror, since I was little.
Yeah. I spent some time in some comic shops this week. I hit up like 5 or 6 of them for the first time in a long time, and there was I was noticing a lot more of that DC horror stuff that is popping up more and more and becoming very collectible, and I love to see that stuff.
I feel like horror's back in a big way right now.
Yeah.
In comics specifically.
Yeah.
People want a palate cleanse from getting punched in the face by superheroes.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the horror,
the pendulum
anthologies.
will swing. Yeah.
Yep. Like horror anthologies, like Creepshow is back, right? The Creepshow stuff, that's one that's doing real well. We talked about The Sickness quite a bit on here. That's another really good one.
I love that book.
Oh
yeah, very good.
Yeah. What is there anything that we just talked about The Sickness? Is there any else that you're reading on the regular that you're enjoying?
Ongoing, not that I can think of right now, but there is a book. Hang on, where is it? You guys seen this? It's a graphic novel, A Guest in the House.
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, this is it's a second book by Emily Carroll. I'll give viewers a
nice.
And this is a really unusual ghost story. This is a really cool. It's got that thing I love where it's like a you're confused throughout the book whether it's a psychological horror or an actual haunting.
Yeah.
That kind of unresolved tension. I really love it. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? There was an Alien movie where they did like that, where it was about abduction, and they played it to where you thought they were replaying. They had like videos, and they were replaying the videos, and it felt like it was real, and you couldn't figure out if this was just a movie or if it was real. That type of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I love that shit. I'm glad that we got Arnold here also because, working over at the Gold's Key stuff, doing the art directing stuff, more synchronicity. Fitz just happens to jump on the show the night that we got you guys here. I think, have you seen Art by Fitz's work, Arnold, yet? You know about Art by Fitz?
No, but I'm writing down all the names you're throwing out here, so I'm definitely going to check it out.
I got to show you. This is another synchronicity, man. This is crazy. So I would love to see Art by Fitz get into doing some comic art. And we talk about him a lot on here, but this is a perfect Gold Key art style too, man. And you were talking about, here we go, perfect example. You were talking about the Harlem Globetrotters stuff.
Globetrotters, that's awesome.
Yeah. Look at that synchronicity. So,
yeah.
Look at that.
I'm a huge fan of Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Oh, that's great. I love that penciled bunny. I'll definitely check this stuff out.
Yeah, Art by Fitz, good shit.
That stuff is cool.
Yeah, it'd be nice to maybe get Art by Fitz on a Gold Key book. We'll see, maybe one day.
Yeah, but what does Fitz think? Do you want to do comics, Fitz? I don't think Bryan asked you.
Let's just volunteer.
Let me show my stash of Gold Key in all my books for sure. I would love to be in comics. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
How you been, brother?
I mean, I can't complain. Busy.
Yeah.
We got Indiana All-Star. We got the All-Star weekend here, so.
Oh yeah, dude. I forgot about that. I saw you posted that. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, yeah.
Indianapolis gets blessed with the NBA All-Star, so
Yeah, nice.
can't complain.
Nice. Is it cold out there by you? We got Jay in Ontario, Canada. Binky's in
freezing my ass off.
Yeah, Baltimore, freezing their ass off.
Feels like
freezing their
Canada
ass
down
off.
here
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, Josh is probably freezing his ass off.
Yeah, Ohio.
This morning.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's very interesting. Well, you guys, like I said, I would love to have Jay and the Gold Key crew on here. We're going to do a deep dive with the Gold Key crew in the future, get a bunch of you guys on here and talk a lot about it, and also get into the Ghost Cactus shop a little bit more. And if you guys are in Phoenix, make sure you guys stop and check out Ghost Cactus Comics. And we already got a bunch of fans of Gold Key and all the stuff you've done on the Boris Karloff stuff. So, keep kicking ass with that, brother. It's good shit.
Right on. Appreciate that. I can give a little sneak preview. I don't think Jay's seen something yet that's going to be on the Kickstarter.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I think this is super cool. So one of the cover artists, make sure I got it. Excuse me. One of the cover artists is like super crafty. That's understating. He's an artist. Todd Circlin. He's handcrafting these wax packs.
Whoa.
Literally
that's so cool.
You can't tell that this is not like from 85. And there's going to be sticks of gum. Well, maybe we're not supposed to say that, but
that's
yeah,
gorgeous.
So, yeah, these are going to be one of the tiers or rewards on the Kickstarter, maybe stretch goal, but yeah, he's like literally like handcrafting even the wax paper. So I don't mind showing this because there's no way somebody can reproduce this. He's really put a lot of time into getting it like just right. So stoked about that.
Yeah, that's super cool, man. We geek out over that stuff quite often. Old school Garbage Pail Kid fans, big time.
It turned out great, Arnold. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, now see, that's a Kickstarter perk right there.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the type of stuff that we fall in love with. So the Kickstarter has been announced. What's going on with that right now? Is it available to start funding?
You can follow the campaign now. You can just search Figgy on Kickstarter, and it's actually we joke that we're having a phantom launch because it started on the 6th, and then it was the 12th, and then we're using BackerKit this time. So BackerKit called us and said, you can't launch on the 12th. It has to be the 13th. So the 13th is our official not going to change launch date. So right now, yeah, you can just follow along and you can get the updates, and then you'll know when we go live.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you guys, I'll drop a link in the live chat and also in the description, and just make sure to hit that save button, and they'll keep you updated.
Yeah,
That's
and I mean,
sweet.
if any viewers are genuinely interested, there are going to be some limited options for the Kickstarter too. There may or may not be some original art up for grabs. Ooh. So you do definitely want to follow so you can get notified.
Do you have any plans for any dwellings Kickstarters future wise, Jay?
Not at the moment, because it looks like officially moving forward, if there's going to be more dwellings, it looks like Oni is like officially taken over. In a way, Black Eye Productions and Black Eye Books and I will still be doing more work together. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
Dwellings is now an Oni project, and there will be more Dwellings eventually.
That's I have a feeling about that. Yeah, just recently. So very, very good. So make sure you guys keep an eye on Jay Stevens and his IG and all his socials. Do you spend much time updating your socials and social media? You're a social media junkie like the rest of us?
Yeah, pretty much mostly Instagram though. Yeah, so IG is my home base.
Okay.
So if I post mostly. I mean, it's a visual social media. So yeah, I post updates, some work in progress, some videos of me inking. So yeah, that stuff's nice. Up there every other day, if not every day.
So before we let you go, I'm going to ask one final thing. is there anything that you collect, that you're into collecting? Whether it's obviously comics, but other crazy shit like action figures, marbles, something crazy that you go nuts for.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've got a collection of Ouija boards.
Wow, that's next level. Holy shit. We're not going to let you go yet because we got to talk about that. That's some scary shit. I don't think I could have a Ouija board in my house.
They're mounted on the wall, and they don't have the planchettes, so they're unloaded.
Wow. Wow. Are they are any of them super old?
Yes. I have one of the original wooden ones. Yeah. They're creepy as fuck.
Wow. That's nuts, man. I'm really into that shit. I grew up I grew up falling asleep to Art Bell on Coast to Coast AM radio, and Father Malachi Martin and the Dybbuk box and all that crazy shit, man. But I don't think I could have. I'll tell you, I had a crazy. We're gonna ask you this too, if you have any crazy Ouija board ghost stories. But when I was young, we found out a buddy had a Ouija board, and we're like, let's go and test this Ouija board out. And we put this candle on this big fat ashtray, old cigarette ashtray, fat glass, just massive, and this smaller candle. And we're doing this Ouija board, and we ask it to make show us a sign that's there. And right after we fucking did it, that glass ashtray cracked right down the middle. Scared the shit out of me, man. I ran out there like a little girl.
That's not a good sign.
No. You have any of those crazy stories?
No, I don't use these things.
No, but yeah. I feel like something is following them, though. You know what I mean? Like, is there?
Probably.
Know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't pretend to know what ghosts are. I'm no expert on the subject, but I feel like I've seen some weird stuff, and I feel like I believe there's some stuff we don't know.
Oh, fucking A. Yeah. For
Incidentally, that's just how Grant Morrison is spying on you.
Through the Ouija boards, yeah.
Yeah, that dreamscape.
That actually makes way too much sense.
Yeah. Well, Jay, thanks for coming on for the first time, man. And like I said, I hope to have you on more. And anytime you got anything going on, I'll reach out and see if you're busy, man, and want to come back. Appreciate it.
Man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and Arnold, you're gonna be back, obviously, man. We'll get you back on here, and anytime Gold Key has anything going on, we'll help support it. We appreciate what you're doing, and next time we get you on, let's talk more about some comic collecting, man.
Right on. Looking forward to it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys go check out Jay's IG. That's where he's doing most of his stuff, letting you guys know what's going on. Obviously, follow Gold Key Comics on all socials. If you're in the Phoenix area, make sure you stop by Ghost Cactus Comics. And appreciate you guys. Adios.
Thank you.
See you.
That was cool. That was fucking awesome, man. You can't beat that type of, as I say, synchronicity. We geek out over dwellings and find out that Gold Key is doing a dwellings book. So, what's going on, gents? You guys ready to get into the craziness? Huh? You ready?
Ready or not, right?
We start the show with an excellent creator and geek out over some the reason that most of us are here, and then we get into the craziness. But yeah, fucking Josh, how you doing, brother?
Good.
Yeah.
Shaved. I feel like a new man.
Yeah. When was the last time you shaved?
It looks different, man.
Baby face is back, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, man. It's cold out there too by you? I'm talking about the weather.
Yeah, it was like a couple days ago. I think it was like -10 or...
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, it was crazy. It's cold.
Yeah. What's the game? What's the score of the game?
21-17 Green Bay, 4 minutes and about 30 seconds left, and San Francisco is driving, but they look sloppy.
Wow.
That's 60 in Miami. That's shorts weather, bro. Shorts weather.
So it's funny you say that. Dino was out in Phoenix this week, and he goes, "Hey man, should I bring like a jacket?" And it's mostly pants. And I go, "Bro, you're gonna shorts, flip flops, maybe a hoodie at night, maybe."
I wear shorts all year round.
Yeah, I don't fuck around either, dude. I wear shorts all year round too. Fuck that. Fuck that. So, did you guys read the new Cobra Commander?
No, not yet. I read Ultimate Spider-Man 1 today.
I haven't read anything this week. I've been enduring this winter bullshit weather and not leaving my house unless I had to.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, fuck, man. It's gorgeous out here right now. I went comic shopping for the first time, and I got a bunch of pickups that I'm going to talk about later tonight and get into those.
We haven't had snow in Baltimore in like 6 years, and we've had probably about 8 inches this week. It's I'm just like, it's an all at once thing too, because by the end, so by Friday it's supposed to be 61 here. Like,
yeah. Yeah. Fitz, you're out in Indiana, you said?
Yes. Right,
what's it like?
Right, neighboring hill. So we got negative like 15 the other day as well. So.
Yeah, Vinny and somebody else was Vinny, maybe Nate or Yee were talking about they don't go into work when it's like below 20 degrees, and I'm like, what? Holy shit!
Babies.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? So it's very interesting. Fitz, what you been up to, man?
Painting, doing a couple murals that I have to reveal soon. Working on like a little character designs and trying to bring an actual comic book to life.
Yeah, you actually gonna try and put something out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing some research on like what self-publishing looks like, but I'm just really I've always, since I was a kid, tried to put little comic strips together and stuff like that. I'm just gonna actually try to finish a 36-page book.
Yeah, fucking A, dude.
Dude, that would be sick.
Yeah.
So doing my limit heads characters, I've kind of been developing the story to make it make sense. And get the first issue together and put it out and see what happens.
Yeah, I remember seeing that first popped out, and I love the Simpsons homage cover piece that you did.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It feels like an homage to an homage to an homage.
Nah, for sure. So I mean, yeah, obviously they're yellow, so I thought it just was a good way to show love.
Yeah, fucking A, man. It's good shit. There was another one where, this is the good one. The one with the Abbey Road. That's dope.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every so often you get a new cartoon to replace the void. I'm hoping I can get in right after Rick and Morty.
Yeah, man. Fucking A. Well, this shit's gorgeous, dude. Keep doing that. Keep doing what you're doing. It'll hit at some point. That's for sure.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the show. I have some stuff to bring up here. Did you guys read the Ultimate Spider-Man #1? We talked about that, right? Did I talk about that with you, Josh? You read it today? What did you read it, Binky?
Yeah, I read it online. Yeah. That's one of the few things I
Yeah,
could
that's
read.
what I did, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have to
Read it
leave the house to
online.
read that.
Well, it was funny because Cover Price had it as their 8 of their top 10.
8 of the 10.
Yeah. And then Stein had it the top 4 books, right? And
It was alright.
I thought it was good. I mean, it's Hickman. Hickman is Hickman.
Yeah.
Generally, he's not a bad writer.
I mean, nothing really happened in the first issue, so I'll wait till it gets later in the series.
Yeah.
I've been taking your guys' word for it.
Seeing it sell 10 times
We'll
over
send you a
cover,
link.
though, I'm just like, ain't no way.
Yeah.
Well,
And then
it's-
you see the common assholes manipulating on eBay and running bids up to $150. And you're like, nah, come on.
Yeah.
You're not fooling anyone.
You think that most of that was there was some fuckery afoot going on there?
Oh, big time fuckery afoot, because there were bins for less than the 158 at the time.
Yeah. 24 for that cover. There you go. 255 for all.
It's crazy.
Yeah. 108.
They
for,
probably lost value by including the 1 in 10 in there. They could have taken it out and probably sold it for more.
Yeah. It's weird how that 1 in 10 isn't selling, right?
Yeah, that sits on shelves. It's the last I looked, it was still available from Midtown.
Jesus. Yeah.
It's so funny. It said something about cover price. I'm actually they're in my art building. Like the people that write for cover price.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I ran into. Well, they caught me watching like my little comic podcast that I always catch up on. And he like, yo, well, we got the talking. He took me up to the studio, seeing where they write for the everything. Super dope though. Super cool people.
No shit. That's
I wanted to
badass.
share that with y'all.
That's dope. That's good. I like cover price. I like they've been doing some good changes on this shit lately.
I think it's a great tool, but like any other tool, it doesn't do everything that
There
it
we go.
could, and people value it as a source of truth, and it's not 100% a source of truth.
Yeah,
but
none of
it
them
doesn't
are.
negate it being a great tool.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Touchdown
You
49ers.
There we
1
go.
minute left on the clock.
Holy shit. Well, speaking of that, maybe Jordan Love will pull off a crazy victory and we can sell his cards for a lot of money. So
yeah, the CJ Stroud market went down after earlier today.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Probably
Oh,
took
that-
a little dip after that game.
Do you think so? Let's take a look on that. That
I
blows
doubt
my
it.
mind.
Like, I doubt people would overreact. It wasn't him. They're a passing team that's built on passing, coming into below freezing weather with 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You're not going to win that game. You're just not.
187 for a green pulsar. Jesus. 710.
Jesus.
Look how beautiful that is, dude. That's just a good looking card. And with the different variants that you can get, this one's cool, the old school design.
I like the old school.
Yeah. That's ugly. I always hate the red and white
Yeah.
and blue. Ugly. The base are going for 40. 23. That's a beautiful card right there, the mosaic. Silver. Yeah, man. $52. Wow. Jesus. $340 for a silver. I think Doc Joe paid. Doc Joe, if you're watching, how much did you pay for your silver? You could have had it for $340. And the centering is actually pretty nice on these. It's a racket, man. They print too many of them. Cards just aren't worth it these days.
No, I mean, I'm at the point now with cards. It's if you're going to rip, you're ripping because you enjoy ripping and don't expect to have some great investment out of it. It's just too much money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. All right, let's get into it.
What is up, Rumbler? Into the news. Into the news.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Drama Alert, comic book Drama Alert segment. We started off with somebody that we thought that was gone and riddance to the Badlands. Our boy Epicnation has shown his face again, and this time he's selling fake Pokemon cards.
Well, they're real. They're just not what he claims they are.
So what is exactly going on with that? Like, are they? He's saying they're first edition and they're not first edition, the type thing.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the big thing on it. It's somebody selling something that has no blessed clue what they're selling, which is a common thing with him, unfortunately, and mislabeling it and misvaluing it, and in turn misrepresenting what he's selling, in the hopes that idiots spend more money on it.
I know a few people like that.
So
I'm not gonna name any names, but
yeah. So I think Nemesis Prime and the Comic-Con. Well, did he do a little? Did he like there was supposed to be a live?
So he
sale?
and I watched. He didn't post it, however. So the video is set to private right now. I may pull some clips from that video out because there were some very interesting things that came out of that man's mouth in the course of that stream. One being, again, I talk about the blatant lies. He tried to sell people on the fact that the hollows inside the prefab decks that were in there were worth, and I quote, $250 in a PSA 9. They're like $50 in a PSA 9. Nobody cares about a Kangaskhan Khan. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about a Weezing. I think Weezing is the other hollow. It's just.
So what is he saying he's selling? He's saying he's selling first edition Pokemon.
Yeah. So. Interception, San Francisco. That's the ball game.
Wow. There we go.
So his post was bought a bunch of first edition Pokemon boxes as evidence, by this vague screenshot. And that's when I sent it to you guys. So I was looking at it, I'm like, that doesn't look like a first edition box to me. In fact, I've never seen a first edition box with the blue card on the wrap. So there's no way that's a first edition box. And then Stein found exactly what they were, thankfully, which was those pre-con prefab decks. And then the wheels started spinning, and it all hit in my head of, oh, those are those things that you sell when the people don't know what they're getting, because it looks like a first edition, but they actually existed before the first edition, but they're not even considered first edition cards. They're considered unlimited cards.
So what is
whole cavalcade of stupid.
What is the difference in price on these boxes? So like if it was
tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, so the boxes that he is selling, so that's how much a true first edition box of Jungle Boosters are. That's pretty legit. I mean, I think they're closer to 11 to 12 than 15. Obviously, folks will throw whatever on there. They're say closer to 12, but that's what they are. Those prefabbed boxes of deck boxes, because every deck is the same. It's a pre-built thing, so people could pick it up and get familiar with the game and play it. Wizards of the Coast had it set up that way.
That's what he's selling the pre-deck boxes.
Yeah, it's pre-constructed decks.
So
those
there's
are worth like $600 to $800 for the full box.
And they're all the same. You're not going to pull any hollows out of this.
Yep.
Jesus, how much did he? And was he trying to say that that's why he didn't open them up, or?
Yeah. So when he posted on his Instagram, got these first edition boxes, and I'm like, ain't no way those are first edition boxes. And that's, like I said, that's when I started looking, and the wheels started spinning, and I started looking at markings, and then I reached out to some folks, and then Stein responded with that photo. I'm like, yep, this all makes sense now, and then I could cross-check the fossil box that he had as well, because he only had 2 of those fossil boxes, and I could tell by the markings on the side of it, nope, that's those aren't booster packs. That's pre-con as well.
Yeah. Well, that's
so
kind
here's
of
the other
shitty.
thing. In the course of that stream, he goes, "Oh, I've got Pokemon exclusive comics coming out." Again, direct quote. And this is where, and then we were having a discussion about IP earlier. This is where things like this piss me off. No,
So-
you don't have Pokemon exclusive comics coming out, you lying sack of shit. What you have is Matthew Waite drew a picture and you put it on the front of some make-believe bullshit, and you're using the name Pokemon to sell your thing because people know the name Pokemon as opposed to unlicensed bullshit.
Wow. Yeah, dude. A snake is a snake is a snake, ladies and gentlemen. Snakes snakes like to slither. Just realize that. I don't know why people. Does he still have a ton of people coming into his show or sales and
How is
stuff?
he still getting this shit off?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
So he's had a couple hundred folks to stream, which, all things considered, is like way down from what it used to be. Things just in general, I feel like just raw numbers, not necessarily sales, but like raw number of viewership across all of whatnot's been down in the past couple of weeks, I feel like. And again, it could just be I'm in a bubble and there's so many streamers going live at this point, it's hard to see, but it feels like collectively, and unfortunately there's no way to see analytics or numbers on any of this stuff to really know. But yeah, he's hurting. And I don't want to say too much because it exposes a little bit too many things. But what I will say is I've heard that he has tried to reach out to mend some fences, which that to me and the people that he is reaching out to try to mend those fences tells you he's a little hard up right now.
Yeah, fucking A.
So other bit of epic news, he announced that he's dropping a Taylor Swift exclusive for MegaCon. Did a little homework on that one. Reached out to the publisher. I will take credit on this one if something ends up happening. You can blame me, Epic. I know you're watching. Reached out to the publisher just to say, hey, just to let you know, you may not know, you probably shouldn't be doing business with this guy. Moreover, Taylor Swift, an artist who very vocally advocates against intellectual property theft, very in tune with the whole IP thing. I made sure to explicitly slip the quote of, if you're familiar with the things that he has done, it's not someone that Taylor Swift would want her brand with because it goes against every message that she speaks.
Yeah.
So if people put one and one together, it's going to be a bad look. So here's the twist in all this. So that comic was a Venomized comic that he had a part of. The publisher confirmed to me that he paid for the whole comic.
Wow.
So someone is a bit of a patsy in that situation.
Yeah. Jesus. Well, the drama continues to be cyclical, and earlier this week, this popped up. This craziness popped up. Our boy, the Acetate Gate book, is back in the drama cycle. Grailzcomix on IG must have got some type of copy and wants to get rid of it, and they want $5,000 for it. It's a 10 qualified label. Wonder why it's qualified. And he wants 10 grand for it. It's kind of crazy.
Absolutely not.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. No,
it's not worth that.
No, it's not. And there was a lot of comics.
That's why I made the post I made about it, because it's never... The only one that has sold for that much is the blue label 10. The green label 10 sells for like $500, $600, maybe $700.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it got a little interesting. We see our boy Josh make a comment on there, and it turns into a 22 reply comment string. What are you drama farming out there, Josh? You doing a little drama farming?
No, I was literally just trying to tell people to not buy that book, because that's not the going price of that book. Because so it gets weird, because like I even messaged Grails. I even DM'd them and I said, here's all the, because they kept saying, oh, well, the last GPA sale for a 10 is $4,800, and I said, yeah, for the blue label, not for the green label, and I sent him all that in a DM, and he pretty much was just like, oh, hey, if you're interested, you can buy it, and I'm like, I don't want to buy it. I'm trying to tell you that you're trying to scam somebody, whether you know it or not.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that I've had a similar problem with them with a different book. I think it was like an ASM 365.
I slid into Grail's DMs, but yeah, like they were like, he just wasn't listening, and I was literally just trying to warn people not to pay that much for it, because you could literally go on eBay right now and probably buy one for, I think someone said the last 10 green labels sold for 600 and some bucks.
Yeah.
So
did he? So what did he end up saying about it at the end? Is he?
He told me that that the people that sell books through them can ask whatever they want for their books, which I get that, but I feel like Grail's, being the page that it is with almost 18,000 followers, should put a little bit of work into what they do and actually figure out what reasonable prices are for the books. Yeah. I don't see Elite Comics doing that kind of stuff.
Nope.
But I see Grail's doing that. So
big consignment.
And then people kept trying to tell me like, well, eBay and Heritage. Well, sorry, Grail's isn't eBay or Heritage. They don't. It's not a multi-billion-dollar company that moves millions of items every year. Like, the guy makes maybe a couple posts a day for books. Like, takes 2 seconds to go on eBay and see what those books sell for.
Yeah man, you think a book is dead and then it just gets revived as soon as somebody
That's the other
finds one.
thing. Everybody keeps talking about the book. It's not about the book.
No, it's about
Grails and how they're supposed to be a trusted place to buy books from, and clearly maybe they are most of the time, but this time they're not.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard.
Don't misrepresent the value of the things that you have. You burn people when you do that.
Yeah. Very interesting, man. Well, let us know what you guys think about that. Leave a comment. Live chat. It's very interesting. Yeah. $5,000 for that. Jesus.
Yeah. No shot.
No. And if someone does buy it, sorry, you just got fucked. I don't know what else to tell you. So.
Yeah.
This makes the first appearance so hard to just be working.
Yeah.
Anything.
Have you guys looked at what second prints are going for these days?
What are they, like $10?
It's basically what it feels like. 9/8 Pacellis are $150. Raw, they're like $70 if that. The Bagleys are like $80 near mint raw, and just under 200 as well.
Wow.
That book is just tanked hard.
I'll never forget when I first got it and how happy I was when I got that book. I don't care as how much it gets worked, but like just to see every reprint, everything just keep coming out year after year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It makes it devalues it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring on Dennis Barger from Wonderworld Comics. What's going on, man?
What's up, guys?
So
what was that? Did I get an out of you, Josh?
No, I said what's up.
Oh, I thought you said
No, I said what's up. It's about to get rowdy in here.
Speaking of consignment, Dennis tripped me out just because I didn't read the comment, but all of a sudden you see this post. Dennis puts out this post that says, is Wonderworld, what'd you say on your post, Dennis?
Which one are you talking about? Shit, I don't know.
The Whatnot one. This one? Is it this one?
Oh yeah. So we had a kid come in and he's like, "Hey, I visited you 18 months ago, and you were looking for somebody to help you with Whatnot, and I've been doing Whatnot for the last 18 months, and I'm ready to come to work for you for Whatnot. And I was like, oh, about that. Yeah. But he's like, he's got a Whatnot channel, and I checked him out, and I'm like, oh, hey, look, we can do some kind of deal where you take my books and you can sell them, and then you just pay me what I want. You take a percent of what you sell it for, and kid, go ahead. I always support entrepreneurs and up and coming, even if they want to use a shit platform like Whatnot. And if somebody came in and said, "Hey, I'll do your IGs for you," yeah, sure, let's try it. If it makes me some money, it makes me some money, and I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the real question is, Dennis, does his Wi-Fi work?
He used my Wi-Fi and sure as fuck it worked. Yeah, so he's broadcasting live from my store, because I'm like, look, if he makes 80% of what these books are for, it's worth giving him some commission on that. And if he promotes my store, it's it's a new concept store. I'll always take free promotion, and we'll see what happens. So he ran an Invincibles show, and it was kind of funny because I looked at what the prices on all the Invincibles were that he sold, and it came up to $11.60. I shit you not. Whatnot at like 4:00 in the afternoon Eastern, he did $11.53 off of stuff I had sitting on the wall. Which, if anybody had walked in and said, "Hey, will you take 20% off if I buy $1,000 worth of these?" I'd be like, "Yeah." And so we made a deal, and I made money, and he made money, and he was happy.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
We got a killer Spawn show and a killer Vampirella show coming up next week.
Yeah, man. I think that's awesome. Fuck it, make money off of them. Why not? All right, so I want to talk about the CGC stuff. Did you guys get a chance to see our boy Thoro, his show after the Matt Nelson talk on the 9.9 newsstand or the West Coast Avengers show? That was I should have just said. Did you see the shows on West Coast Avengers?
I watched the 9.9 Matt Nelson episode, and then I watched the Thoro show. I was in the chats all through the Thoro show.
Did you guys see it? Those videos?
Yeah.
What did you guys think? What are your thoughts on the CGC bullshit?
Oh, I think we know what Dennis's thoughts are.
Yeah.
Well, I'll sum it up, and actually, Thoro hit on one of the best topics of that, and I love Thoro because he's a cop. He's interrogated people. He's had people who he disagreed. He had Nerdy Girl on during the whole Acetate Gate thing, the influencer gate. He had Nerdy Girl on there. Matt Nelson's never going to go on his shows, but he mentioned one thing. One of the key things you do in an interrogation is you deflect to a completely different topic. And Matt Nelson did two things that completely deflected an interview which was already going to be a softball interview. Like, they had predetermined things that they were going to say and not say.
Mm-hmm.
But when he gave away that Hero Super Award...
I agree.
But Bryan, that's what I've been telling you for years now, brother. That's how they get your soft underbelly. I think that. I'm just saying.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying.
But could have easily given you that award.
I would have laughed at him, and I wouldn't. I would listen. I would definitely not have. I would have cut that shit out because I'm just. I don't like that stuff. But here's my. I want to say real quick what I think about it.
The other thing was knowing 9.9 was one of the co-interviewers.
Mm-hmm.
To drop that 9.9 pre-screen. That might as well have been a Molotov fucking cocktail.
Hold on, we got to talk about that. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah. I heard your show the other night on Wednesday where you said you don't agree that that's what he said, But even putting that little carrot of an info out there,
I don't think he was thinking he was putting it out there. For some reason, I think that he was figuring that part was going to get cut, because make sure you guys go check it out. If people that are watching this right now haven't seen the West Coast Avengers episode with Matt and 99 Newsstand, it's really good. Just for the fact, not that Matt's on there and that type of stuff, but just for the fact that, this is the first time we're hearing something from a CGC person to see how they're reacting to this whole thing. Now, Matt's calm, cool, and collected. It's just Matt. Matt's a really good dude, and he probably just said, "Hey, yeah, I'll go on there for an hour. Let's check this out." And you know what I respect? I do respect the fact that he went on with 99 Newsstand and West Coast Avengers, because that's kind of where this really got its start, and not necessarily start, but like that's where it's really started to get a following. And he's like, yeah, if I'm gonna go on any show, I'm gonna go talk to these guys, which is very, very cool that he did that. And then I also think that they were just like thinking the same way. They can't really hit him with these crazy, really tough questions that a lot of people just expect people to say. This is their first time probably having him on. I'm not sure if they've had him on before, but they don't want to, make it so he doesn't want to come back. So that's probably why they said, okay, we won't do it live. We'll just do it recorded. And then that way, if we say something that maybe he doesn't want out there, or CGC doesn't want out there, we can clip it. And 99 says that. If you guys haven't seen it, one of the things that 99 says is that, there are so many Ultimate Fallout 4s out there that are 9/8. There's so many of those books, and there's not a single 9/9. Why? And then he also brought up that in a podcast, on a show, Matt Nelson said that, there's 9/9s that 9/9s can have a spine tick, which is crazy to me, but he said it. And 99 Newsstand said that why isn't there a 9/9 Ultimate Fallout 4? If it can have a spine tick, there should definitely be one out there.
Well, and it's what we were saying the night that the acetate gate broke, Brian. How do we have not a single Stray Dogs 9/9 or 10 acetate yet? And there's at least, I think that at the time there was 10 times more of those graded than of this Ultimate Fallout. Yet there was 10 9/9s and 5 9 or 10 O's of that acetate with 4 extra holes,
Yeah, I forget what they started out with 10-wise. The blue labels, I think there was...
I thought it was 10 9/9s and 5 10s.
It might have been. I can't remember exactly, but it might have been. Because there was Actually, I think they were all the same amount, because they had 10. They had a couple of 10s, a couple of 9/9s, and then a couple of 9/8s. I want to say it was 3, 3, and 3, maybe, or maybe it was 4, 4, and 4.
I think they sold that many at that weekend of the 9/9s, and I think one of the. I was at their booth. I got somewhere in my Instagram. There's a picture of me holding one up from their booth that weekend.
Yeah.
So, anyways, he asks him, and Matt says, I get it, I understand. That's kind of weird that, but that is a tough book, but it's not as tough as people think, because it can be pressed well and this and that, but it does have some printer issues, and that era Marvel book has really bad issues with scuffing and stuff like that. But then 99 even says to him, he prefaces the question with you don't have, we can cut this if you want. So I felt like maybe Matt thought that this was a throwaway comment, and Matt basically says, we've been kind of kicking around in the past the idea of a 9/9 pre-screen. He doesn't say that it's coming. I should probably find the clip. Let me find the clip just to make sure, and we'll take a look at it to see what's going on there. All right, here we go.
For as far, just while you're looking for it, for as far as Matt being on the show, Matt, in my opinion, was under an incredible level of pressure, because you got to figure Blackstone or whoever owns them and all the corporate, money that's behind him, to even let him go on this show, he probably had lawyers and, vice presidents and senior vice presidents drilling him on what he can and can't talk about. Maybe even if they hired a private investigator, start researching this stuff. So he was under a lot of pressure. And you look at his face right there. That's not the same Matt Nelson that was on your show a year ago, Brian.
Well, this is a big deal. This is a big issue for them.
The entire credibility of their company is on the line. Now, sure, we all joke about it. CBCS, is like a football team that never even bothers to go for the extra point. It's.
Yeah, here we go. Let's watch this.
Idea. We've had a lot of ideas thrown at us privately. Obviously, there's some on the boards. Obviously, a lot of discussion going on internally about that. So, yeah, I welcome any ideas anybody has, for anything going forward. We're always open for suggestions, and not just with the holder, but the website, anything like that, except for the grading. We got that down pat. No. we got that locked up. Some people might disagree.
If you hadn't said that right after this after we started recording, I was gonna
look. I'm always, when I'm for anything like that, the grading process or really anything.
What the hell did it not to it?
Because that's the
way back.
the parameters that we've set over the past 23 years. Feedback on that.
Oh, here we go.
So it's
here we go.
If anybody has any questions about anything, you're always.
If this isn't going to make the video, that's fine. I just have to ask you because I've got you on the screen, and if you want,
yes,
I have one. And listen, I'll just say this now. If this isn't going to make the video, that's fine. I just have to ask you because I've got you on the screen. And if you want to have a laugh about it or talk about it, we can. But this goes, about the grading and stuff. I have a reel that I made because I saw a video of you saying that 9.9s are allowed to have a color breaking tick. Now, you said it. That's the truth. You wrote the book, right? So a 9.9. Now, look, there's not a single collector I know that would ever, if they purchased a 9.9 and the thing showed up with the color breaking tick, they're going to be angry because we have this. You know how it is. There's people that run around thinking 9.8 shouldn't even have ticks. We know better. 9.8s can have ticks. But that was a compelling thing for you to say. So the reel did really work well. I was like, I'm going to take this man saying this because this is going to be a shocker for people. And it did that, right? And it was an eye opener. But here's and obviously all of this can be struck unless you think it's in good, conversation to say. With an Ultimate Fallout 4, 4,700 9.8s, right? How are there Mr. Matt Nelson? How are there no 9.9s of an Ultimate Fallout?
I like this question too. I mean, I'm really this is a good example of great question to be asking.
That was the hardest question asked on the entire interview.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some of the stuff they talked about early, but that was a good question.
What is going on here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. We do scrutinize. The line between 9.8 and 9.9 gets pretty tight, and it's funny because in people's minds, that don't grade for a living, they look at 9.8, 9.9 and go, well, the difference between the two has got to be tiny, and to some degree it is, but there's actually a good bit of stuff we allow in 9.8. That we don't in 9.9 or 10, and like printing defects is a big one. And so now Ultimate Fallout's obviously a newer book that doesn't exhibit. Actually, it does exhibit printing defects, but they usually press out.
You're right. The polybag crease, I'd imagine, one of the things we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Usually those books grade like 7.5 to 8.5 raw.
I buy them all the time, crack them out, press them, and it's a 9.8 all of a sudden.
It gets the 9.8. But there's like little couple. Are there some 9.9s among those 9.8s? Yeah, possibly, and maybe it just requires a little extra attention, But there's an idea that we've bandied about for a while now is eventually when we have the bandwidth, is opening up a 9.9 pre-screen for basically anything, probably holder books.
Did that?
So let's play that again.
An idea that we've bandied about for a while now is eventually when we have the bandwidth, is opening up a 9.9 pre-screen for basically anything, probably holder books.
Did that?
So there we go. I mean, it's not happening yet. there's a good chance it could happen. I mean, if you know, it's something that could happen. But listen, I'm sure they've got their heads to the rails right now, listening very well, and they're hearing what people are saying. And if people don't like it, I don't see a reason to do it. But let me ask, why is it such a big deal to begin with?
I'll tell you why. So your company just had a major clusterfuck in regards to 9.8s. Now the entire comic collecting community is going, is my 9.8 an actual 9.8, or is it just a reholder 9.6 that got snuck through this, back door? So when 9.8 is a questionable grade, how do you make money and move past that, and also kind of eliminate why you're searching for a 9.8 by putting a 9.9 above all others? So now all the Uber collectors, I mean, we all probably have had a UF4
You're gonna get
9.8
10 snobs
in our hands at some point, right? Am I?
Nope.
Nope.
I've never owned that book. Period.
You're a snob, Josh.
I don't care about that book.
Right. But at some point, you've seen one at a show. Everyone has one. Well, the reason CGC even started in the first place was two comic snobs that said, well, my Action 1 is better than your Action 1. Well, yeah, you've got that tick, but mine has this rub. I think the rub is less than the tick. And they were like, hey, let's get a third party to tell us which one of ours is better so we can be at the pissing match, properly. That's the only reason CGC exists, so that the two biggest collectors could argue on which one of theirs was actually the better one. I mean, you guys understand the plausibility of that, right?
Wait, CGC exists because people were arguing?
Yes, I mean...
So is that why CBCS exists?
Well, no, CBCS exists because CGC sucked, and Steve Borak was sick of sending all of his books when he was doing Heritage to CGC.
I have a question, though.
I have the scandal, too, to break here on the show.
Are there any 9.9 Ultimate Fallout 4s on CBCS's census?
I don't know. I don't care about.
I would be curious to know that, because just people are. It's crazy. CGC doesn't have any. Does CBCS have any?
I've graded 20 UF4s with CBCS, and I've only gotten maybe 20% of those back as 9.8s because they're very tough.
Anybody? Is there a way to look for CBCS?
I'm on it. Okay. Yeah, you can look up on the CBCS census.
Yeah,
I like CBCS.
The census is fucking amazing. All right.
There are 0 outside of Dennis's facsimile.
So they have 0 as well. So
yeah, I have the 9.9 on the facsimile, the Djurjevic. How many does it say there are of the facsimile? 2?
2. Yeah.
Yeah, I got both of those.
How many copies of Ultimate Fallout 4 has CBCS graded altogether? Like not the facsimile, just like the the
first print 1263.
Damn.
58 are the 1 in 25s. 213 Pacelli's second print.
All right, so over 6,000 copies of that book have been graded, and there are 0 9.9s between the two companies.
That's crazy.
Okay, say that again. How many? Sorry, I was.
Over 6,000 copies of that book have been graded between
the
two
companies.
companies.
If one becomes a 9.9 now, I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, up to down, because I submitted about 50. I think I submitted about 50 copies of that to get graded, and 2 of them came back 9.9. Most of them came back 9.8, and I think I had 196 on those. But we went through all 1,500 copies of mine and picked out literally the cherriest 50 copies there were.
The only thing I don't, and this is my only issue with the 9.9 pre-screen, is I don't understand, because they have a 9.8 pre-screen, and when you submit to a CGC 9.8 pre-screen, that just means the lowest grade that you can get back is a 9.8. You can still get 9.9s and 10s on a CGC 9.8 pre-screen. I just got a pre-screen back from CGC, and I got 2 9.9s in that 9.8.
You want to hear? So, I mean, I'm not just going to do this as a CGC trash fest, but I'll tell you this anecdotal story. So we did this amazing. Josh Blaylock made Barack the Barbarian to capitalize when Obama, 15 years ago, when Obama was inaugurated president. And if you didn't know, the Obama Meets Spider-Man was literally the 15th anniversary was last week of that book. It's the same anniversary as my daughter's birthday, so I always remember it. And I made a shitload of money off that book. But we made the Barack the Barbarian variant, and we had Larry Hama wrote the book, and I had Larry, and I had Josh Blaylock, and I had the cover artist, I can't remember who it was, at my store to promote the launch of that book. And so I sent... New York Comic Con was the week before, and this is back when I still used CGC. And I sent 20 or 30 30 copies. I sent 30 copies to do 9.8 pre-screen at the show and paid the extra money to get those 9.8 pre-screen.
Hold on, Dennis, real quick. Real quick, hold on.
Sorry.
I gotta run and take a piss real quick, and then after Dennis is done with this story, then it's gonna get rowdy. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh. So, do you want me to finish the story?
Yeah, go for it.
So I sent 30 copies to New York with a buddy of mine, said, hey, get these pre-screen. They gave me 13 9.8s, and they kicked out 17. Meaning they weren't 9.8s.
Yeah.
But we looked through every copy to find the best copies. Well, if the whole run isn't a 9.8, at least I got 13 9.8s out of this thing. So I'll just use these 17 plus another, I think we did a total of 50 triple signed. So we did 17 plus 33 that we pulled off of the next part of the stack. And Larry Hama and Josh Blaylock and Chris, I can't remember his name, signed all 3 of these. And I don't know whose hands are magical. All 50 of these. And I don't know whose hands were magical, but lo and behold, when I sent those 50 in to get 9.8 SIG series, all 50 of them, 17 of which were kicked out for not being 9.8s a week before, all came back 9.8.
I mean, I'm just gonna say that it is done by humans.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm just saying. But it's also done by, I don't know what this book is. I don't know who this is being submitted to.
Yeah.
They're not going to get 39.8s. Kick half of them out or whatever. I just think that CGC has made a lot of decisions that aren't based on a factual science of grading. They're based on, do we really want this person to have,
but
this
can you
many
prove
books?
that?
What?
Can you prove that?
No, you can't, it's impossible to prove. But I'll tell you this, we had Stan Lee sign my 2010 show. I did a Patrick Zurcher variant for Carnage #1. And I had my guy sift through, and this is kind of on the 9.9 topic. We submitted 100 copies of Stan Lee and Patrick Zurcher signing that Carnage #1 Detroit Fanfare variant. And we got back 95 9.8s and 5 9.9s.
Okay.
And I just think that when you're spending that much money, and I look back at that now and like, oh, they just gifted me 5 9.9s because I spent $25,000 or $2,500, whatever 100 copies at SIG Series was back then.
I see what you're saying. I totally see what you're saying.
Money talks and bullshit walks when it comes to CGC. That's why Dinesh got 40 empty cases graded.
Yeah.
That's why.
I mean, you're not wrong
Crane,
about that.
That's why Clayton Crane had however many 10s and 9s and all 9.8s. or for Black Flag. I'm just saying, you can say it's a science. I just think it's science for sale.
It could be, but I mean, I need proof.
There's
I need
enough
hard
anecdotal
evidence.
evidence, in my opinion, that it made me say, plus when they destroyed 4 of my books, I walked away and said, I'll never do business with you assholes again.
Well, yeah, I mean, they definitely have fucked up some people's books. That's for damn sure.
But all
When
companies
half
have.
of the booth at Baltimore Comic Con CGC booth comes over and looks at your case fresh, 4 case fresh Nextmen 21, I bought out a store that went out of business and they never processed their last several months worth of orders. And we open up this box and it's literally 4 copies of Nextmen 21 that have literally been sitting in a box for, at that time, 15, 16 years, along with every other book that they ordered from Diamond that week.
Yeah.
And I take those in, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he was in charge of their autograph department. He had tattoos all up and down his arms back in 2013. So if
He was
anybody knows,
cool.
put it in the chat. Cool kid. I like the kid. And he's processing my order, and he's like, holy shit, these are gorgeous. And he calls somebody over, and 2 or 3 of the booth people come over, and they're like, oh my God, dude, these are 9/9 candidates. And I'm like, God, I hope so. Geez, that would be awesome. And they take the books. They're in My Lights. They're in open top My Lights, with bagged and boarded with an open top My Light. And I get the books back, and every one of them has a centrifugal crease going up one of the spine corner. So, you know, the first one had like two rings. The second one had 3 rings. The fourth one had 4 rings. Like, it got dropped on the corner of this box.
Yeah.
And it telegraphed the damage through these 4 books. And I call them back when I get the 9.2, the 9.4, and the 9.6 back. I'm like, what the hell, guys? And I said, get a 3-way call with the guy I submitted them to. And so they get him on the line, and they're like, yeah. I'm like, dude, half the booth came over and said these were 9/9 candidates. You're telling me the entire CGC booth missed 4 giant creases on the corners of these? And there's just like a long silence. I guess we did, Dennis. I'm sorry. And I'm like, that's why we're playing this? So they're never culpable for their mistakes.
Well, maybe AI will fix that in the future because, you know, they can.
I don't know if you read.
Matt said that they'll never use AI.
PSA, though, Brian, did you see that article like 2 years ago that PSA bought a company
Yep.
that does like fingerprint technology on cards to see the paper stock in the cards to make it a virtual fingerprint, and they bought that company outright, and I've never heard anyone say that they were implementing that.
Yeah.
To me, that's the game changer.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Drama alert tonight is long. There is multiple people we're talking about, but this next story is absolutely hilarious and fun to watch because it's drama. Have you guys out there in viewerland been paying attention to the indie comic book civil war? Have you guys been following that at all here on the show? Binky, Josh, Fitz, Dennis?
You mean the Comicsgate Civil War?
No. No. I mean the indie comic civil war. Straight up movie guy voice. And
in a world.
Yeah, in a world where comics suck and the only way you can make them is by crowdfunding them. So Indiegogo, Kickstarter, all those badass crowdfunding things that we love, we talk about with reverence. Every once in a while there's some shitty things from it, you know, it's just the way it is, but I think it's really helped comics in a big way. It's saved a lot of artists and creators with, you know, them being able to make money and do what they love. I'm all for that, no matter what. So, in comics world, in the indie comics world of crowdfunding, there are 2 major moments in the story. One being, well, you can tell me the third here in a second, but starting off, the two I want to talk about are Comicsgate coming around, right? Which is just whether you like it or not, it's a huge story in the world of comics and indie comics and crowdfunding. And Eric July's ISOM #1 making a epic shit ton of money on one comic book. Like what? Like about $7 million.
Or I believe on his first book, his first issue.
Mm-hmm. And
but I think we would all be remiss if we did not mention the third, which is the one in between, which is Boom Studios' Berserker with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Because that one eclipsed everything that anybody thought, and that kind of set a high bar, but with literally the biggest name in entertainment at that time.
So if you guys don't remember, we talked about this pretty heavy when this was going on back in the day, multiple shows. This was a big story, man, and a good story. If you guys don't know who Eric July is a lot of people like to say a political YouTuber, but I like to say he's like a commentary YouTuber.
I call him a pop culture YouTuber.
Yeah.
He was the first one to chime in on that. Don't give us your hand-me-downs kind of, talking point. And also, he was one of the first people to recognize what do they call it, ginger side.
I don't know what that. Well, yeah. Well,
that's where they take all of the redheaded characters from comic books and turn them into black characters.
Yeah.
He was one of because I was following him years before he blew up in the comic sphere.
Yeah. Well, he's absolutely a massive YouTuber. He's got multiple channels. On the Young Rippa YouTube, he's got 510 subscribers. He's one of those people that like the political, even like some of the political shows will constantly try to bring him in on shows, and he's very, very. He is. I wouldn't call him. He's libertarian, right? So he's very free speech, that type of stuff. Well, he decided he was going to get into comics, and he, created this Rippaverse universe, and his first story was going to be ISOM and #1, and the campaign goal was $100,000, and it got just under $4 million. 3.7.
Because he did what they do with when they reopen it.
Yeah.
He did 3.4 on initial, and then he got an extra 300,000 when they put it back in rotation or whatever.
Yeah. So here's the story of ISOM. Avery Silman is a common rancher, but that wasn't always the case. After obtaining some unique abilities, Avery spent a brief stint being a hero under the moniker ISOM in the city of Flores Park, Texas. Realizing that it wasn't for him, he walked away from this life. But after responding to a call from his sister, some violent altercations ensue, and Avery has Avery reconsidering his approach. What happened? Grab ISOM #1 to find out. So, this was massive, and when it finally hit, it was on.
Can I tell you a couple? Can I give you a little background?
Sure.
Pieces of info?
Yep.
So Eric July had a very successful YouTube show, to the point where he had, I think, 1 million followers, and he was making, 20,000 live streams, and he was getting all the super chats like all the big boys get. And then at a certain point, I think he just said, I want to do this. I want to change this game to a different thing. Like, everybody crowdfunds for a book that they want to make. He actually found, right at the same time he's doing this, Gabe Al-Taibbi, who I believe is a Latino Middle Easterner. I don't know his makeup, but he was working for DC, and he literally had a giant quit, a heel turn, saying, I won't work for DC anymore because they're making these ridiculous storylines. Whoever the guy is that owns that store in New York, he was one of the first ones to kind of do that too, aside from me. And then he basically put it out there that, look, I'm going to do my own thing. He came up with a book called Red, White, and Blue, which is basically just Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, but racing and gender swapping them, making his own IP.
Yeah.
And at this time, Eric July says, how much does it take to make a comic book? And he gets a hold of Gabe, and he's like, yeah, look, dude, I don't know the discussions. I'm paraphrasing what I'd heard. It's like $1,000 a page, and we come up with we got to get a colorist, we got to get a letterer, that kind of stuff. So he's like, how much would it take to make this comic book? It's like $100,000. And Eric's just like, oh, shit, I got that money. So he just pays Gabe to make the comic book.
Yep.
And so he went into this crowdfunder with a book already finished, which was unheard of. And people were like, oh, this is a scam. He doesn't have a book. Nobody's going to get this stuff. As he's raising $1 million. I think he raised $500,000 overnight.
Yeah, it was crazy.
$1 million by the next morning, $2 million within the week, $3 million. It was insane to watch this happen. And people were so shitting all over this thing that when they actually start getting it, people are like, oh, shit, he actually had a book.
Yeah. Yeah, so he does well, and everything is on the move. Well, recently, I don't know if you guys follow YouTube culture, much other than the show, and I appreciate you guys following the show. There's a show out there called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. It's hosted by Dick Masterson and this guy Vito, and they're all over the world of YouTube. And Dick Masterson is, he's a dick. He's a dickhead. He's one of those guys that we've all been around him that like they're your friends, but they'll tell you they're the asshole. Like, hey, listen, I'm an asshole, man. You know what I mean? That's just who I am. I'm an asshole, and I'm gonna always be joking and making fun of you. And he's one of those guys. You know what I mean? Right or wrong, that's what he is.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, what happens is. Dick Masterson decides he's going to review ISOM #1. He's actually going to read this thing. He hears all these people saying how great this book is and yada, 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 and he's going to actually read it because he's never heard anybody read it. Right? They have a guy on, a fan of Rippaverse, calls in, and they basically like, you've never even read the book. How are you saying it's good or not? So Dick Masterson literally reviews the book live, or he talks about reviewing it and on his YouTube, The Biggest Problem in the Universe. And Eric July loses it basically, right? Gets super mad. And we talk about this all the time because welcome to comic books, welcome to YouTube, everybody. This is the way it is. You've seen it. It's just drama-filled drama and drama. And people are friends one day, and then there's a falling out, and then they hate each other. It's so weird. It's ridiculous.
Nico.
Yeah, there's a lot, and so the whole thing falls apart. And there's all these guys do shows together, by the way, right? They all do shows together. This show, Rekieta Law, they're always on with Nick Rekieta, who's a lawyer YouTuber. Rippaverse, Yellow Flash, Nerdrotic, Young Rippa, Comicsgate. They all are friends. They all do shows together. They're all making content together, and they're making money. These guys are huge, tons and tons of subscribers. So
there's 142 people watching you right now. If Rekieta Law went live right now, he'd have 1,000 people if he just put his empty desk up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's where we're talking.
His name's Nick Rekieta.
Oh,
so
I don't know who that is.
He became big during the kid who
Johnny Depp.
Defended,
oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So, anyways, they all do shows together, and they're on each other's shows. Yada yada yada. So Dick Masterson reviews the book. It's shit. Eric July loses it, and Eric July basically goes on to a show, gets into it with Nick Rekieta, or with Dick Masterson, and you know, Ethan's friends with at this point with Eric July and all these guys. Like I said, they're all friends, and you could see the fracture start happening, and then people start realizing, like, there's this weird thing that kind of happened where you have all these guys, and I talked about it the other night, and you know, it was a couple people mentioned it to me. There are people in comics that are comics writers, but are like have done, you know, that aren't comics pros. And I talked about Swaggle House, and somebody said, "Is Swaggle House a comics pro?" I forget what they said, a comics pro or something. And I said, Swaggle House is a comics writer, but he's not like an industry pro. He hasn't been in the industry for 30 years. He's a writer. He writes a lot of stuff, but you know, this is his first comic and this and that. And so there's this weird thing that started happening where I think, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, just tell me if I'm wrong, like they were all hanging out, and it was a bunch of comics pros and a bunch of guys who were like comics fans that wanted to do comics. And it kind of became this thing where everybody's doing a comic now, right? All these YouTubers are doing a comic.
Okay, so it kind of, I need to back you up several steps to give you a background baseline. So Ethan gets run out of the comic book industry around 2016. DC terminates his contract, tells him don't bother doing your last couple books, and he's got a baby on the way. His wife's pregnant. He's got a baby on the way, or right when his baby was born. And he's freaking out, and he's like, well, you know, and his current wife goes, you know, you should just make your own comic book. And you talk to these people on YouTube, you should talk to them, and you need to take the stuff that you can do and just do it. So his wife kind of puts the idea in his head to resurrect Cyberfrog and just do it himself. Kind of like Stan Lee's wife telling him, just do this spider thing and do it the way you want to do it, and you know, if it doesn't work, just leave the comic industry and go do something else. You know, it's a very kind of repetitious, you know, story plot line. Ethan does it. And everybody's like, oh, did you see Ethan Van Sciver, that Nazi is doing a comic book on Kickstarter? Well, it broke 6 figures. And if I remember correctly, I think it hit 7 figures, that first book. But when it broke 6 figures, well, everyone started shitting themselves. Like, how is this getting 6 figures? Cyberfrog? Are you fucking kidding me? And because he was doing something that nobody had done before. He was talking straight to his audience. He's telling his audience what he wants to make. He's showing his audience what he's making. And he's selling it, hand selling it like no one had ever done before. And when it
was this before Coffin Comics? Because they do 6 figures every drop on Kickstarter.
This is actually, and I've talked to Bryan, and Bryan definitely got influenced to do all of his direct selling from when Ethan broke all these records.
Okay.
Prior to that, I want to say the biggest crowdfund was God Hates Astronauts, Ryan Brown. You know, and there was a lot of different weird ones that you literally would never be able to remember now if you tried. But Ethan was the guy who had a name, had a career, took a property, and broke 7 figures. I want to say it was like 1.2 million for that first
Cyberfrog
book. And I think it was this one. I'm not for sure.
It's Cyberfrog, yeah.
Blood Honey?
Blood Honey, yeah.
Yeah.
Or did he? Anyways, he did a Cyberfrog. So he did the Cyberfrog book, and
then all of a sudden, all of his friends are like, "Oh, bro, help me out here."
Yep.
And some of them were pros. And Billy Tucci was already doing some crowdfunding, but he never broke that 7-figure number. You know, so he starts getting Billy, and he starts getting these like, other guys like Zaid Comics. You know, these other guys that are kind of friends of his, and they hang out at conventions or they hang out at, you know, whatever, and then they start talking about their projects. And John Nelsom and Cecil, who still hasn't made his fucking comic book, and it's been 3 years.
Shane Davis.
Well, Shane.
Aaron Lopresti.
Shane didn't come over for a while.
Yeah.
Now you got to also understand, Chuck Dixon was in this group, and then Chuck ended up leaving because, you know, and we'll get to that in a second, I'm sure.
So basically.
Hit that 7 figures, and he brought the coattails with him. People who thought like him, whose audiences wouldn't be offended by these guys, whose storylines have nothing to do with politics. And he brought those guys with him, and they became this giant lightning rod for people like Josh, who's been rolling his eyes since I've been describing this, who hate them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, hate's a strong word, but I mean,
they all had minor level successes all throughout this entire birth of this.
Yes.
Thing. And then he does Cyberfrog 2, Wrecked Planet, or no, that's 3. I forget whatever it was. He does the next project, and while he's doing that project, Boom announces, we're going to use crowdfunding, and we're going to do it with Keanu Reeves. And that, can you look that one up, actually? I don't even know what that ended up, but I know it was 6 figures. It was like double what Ethan had done.
Yeah. So anyways.
So all of a sudden, Keanu Reeves makes $2 million, and then Rippa comes along. And Rippa does $3 million.
$3 million, yes. Thank you. And so everything's going well, this and that. And then the fracture starts happening. Now, you guys might act like this isn't a big deal or big group. This is a huge group of people who are creating comics. If you think Dennis was, joking about the amount of people that they get on their live shows and watch their stuff, it's huge amounts. They're making a lot of money doing this, and I think a lot of people saw it, and people who weren't comics creators necessarily, who were maybe comics fans, jumped in just the same way in the retailer world when like Whatnot showed up during the pandemic, and all these people who never were into comics, now they're into comics. They want to start a comics company, right? It's the same thing happened. There was a lot of money flowing. So anyways, everything's going good, and then the thing happens with Dick Masterson. Dick Masterson reviews ISOM. It's a terrible book. It's not good. And Ethan has...
Can I just say one thing about that, though? Is it better than Bryan's first book, Binky's first book, Josh's first book?
You're right. He did it. You're right.
I'm sorry. Is it better than my first book? Yeah, it is, because I haven't done a book.
You're right. He did it. Not only did he do it, he did it big, to the tune of multiple millions, right? And then he did ISOM 2 and did millions on that. And then he created this huge warehouse and making money off this stuff. He's running a multi-million-dollar company. Absolutely. He brings in Chuck Dixon. They do Alpha Core, right? This is a big deal. And that's what's happening. And now we're up to the part where Dick Masterson reviews the book. He shits on it. Eric July gets mad. Ethan brings on Ethan goes on a show, I think it was Flashcast, right? If you guys don't know, do you guys know, have you guys heard of Yellow Flash or Flashcast?
There was one more element to this dissension that kind of happened right before this one, which was Eric. I'll try to be quick about it, guys. I'm sorry, but if we're going to, I want to make sure we got all the facets to this.
Yeah, we got all the time. We got all night, baby.
Eric July had a stalker, a psycho stalker.
Yes.
Who came to his warehouse unannounced, put basically a kind of fear into them, like, oh shit, anybody can just find this warehouse. And if he had a gun, he could have shot. If he had been crazy and had a gun, he could have shot the place up, and the cops didn't arrest the guy. They just basically told him to go away. And so Eric went on Ricada Law, and I watched it live while it was happening. And I was scratching my head the whole time. Now, trust me, I just met Eric July at San Diego Comic-Con. I bought several of his books. I told him how much I've been, how I've loved watching his content and blah, blah, blah. And personable, great guy. And he's very humble for somebody who had $3 million comic sale. Okay? But you could definitely tell this scared the shit out of him to the point where he was being a little irrational. And I don't want to, I'm not going to make enemies with the guy. But he was basically being irrational, and then he does a show with Ricada Law, and Ricada Law spent the entire show saying, Eric, you're wrong. You didn't have a no trespassing sign. You need to have security, blah, 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 blah. And Eric did not want to hear it. And I was watching this, and I'm just like, wow, this is kind of, a lawyer is like one of the biggest of the law sphere, YouTube law, is telling you you're overreacting to this. And Eric would not take the criticism.
Yeah, he just wouldn't take it. You're right. He didn't. And we talk about this all the time. I talk about this all the time.
And I don't think I've seen.
You have to have somebody. you have to have somebody in your life that you respect enough, or you as a person need to be able to respect constructive criticism from people, like somebody that's willing to go, hey, listen, man, I'm telling you the truth here, like this doesn't look good, or this isn't good, that type of thing.
Even Jack Kirby had an editor.
Yeah, there you go. And he basically did not want to hear that, and you know, they got into it big time. It's this big, huge story. It's lore, this and that. Yeah. Well, then Flashcast ends up having Dick Masterson and Eric July on the show together, and it's a fucking shit show. Ethan's there, a bunch of people are there. Well, this is a funny clip. This is after the show and all this shit goes down. Ethan and Eric July are watching it together, and Ethan and Eric are friends at this time. And this is you can kind of see the whole how everything is played out and understand what we're talking about with this clip.
Very basic notes of.
And we went through those notes. We went through those notes, no problem. We went through.
Yeah, I know. You called me a hoe ass N-word while you were going through the notes. I saw that.
Yeah, this is a good part. This is a good part.
Hoe ass N-word.
Through the notes, and we talked about all of that. You called me a scammer, so yeah, that makes you a hoe ass nigga because you lying about my business. So
yeah,
I do stand by that. I want to be clear now that you hear.
Your business is marketing anti-woke
dick. God damn it, man.
Shit to morons.
Well, that's and you're free to that opinion. I've never marketed anything as such, but you call my business a scam. This is something that's my livelihood.
Dance on the
you call my business a scam, and I called you a whole ass nigga, and now you're hearing me calling you one. And I just want to be.
People in the chat are like, "Are you on Dick's side?" No, I agree with some of Dick's critiques of the ISOM #1. When Dick starts saying stuff like that, we got a problem. But it's a tricky thing, man. It's never like, well, I'm on one guy's side. I'm on the truth side. I'm on my opinion side of things.
And I'm gonna start acting accordingly with that type of stuff as well, right? That's how I'm gonna start handling folks in this space, because now I guess the way I'm seeing it is I give people way too much the benefit of the doubt as well. So I'm gonna start maneuvering as such. That's kind of how I see it.
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is, for me, I try to not engage in like this whole petty bullshit. Like let me say this. If someone came on my stream, for example, and started talking shit about you, Ethan, I would not allow them to do that. Right. It just wouldn't happen. Right. Because I have enough respect for you to do that. Right. And
do you guys understand what happened there? And if not, I'll explain it. Let me explain it. So what happened there is Eric July didn't think Ethan was going to take that stance. He thought Ethan was going to stand up for him, right? And Eric July didn't like hearing that. As soon as Ethan said,
"This is Bryan blacksplaining things to you."
Yeah, yeah. This is what happened right there, and you can watch it again. And when he says, "You know what, man, I'm going to start moving accordingly," that's him basically saying to Ethan, like, I'm not going to come on your shows anymore. Like, I'm not going to.
I would have said the same thing. I mean, who's Ethan to like? Ethan's art sucks on.
What are you talking about? You're a moron,
bro.
Dude.
Are you kidding me? Look up the top G2 comic that Ethan Van Sciver just did the cover to. It's garbage.
His art
garbage.
Is
Put it up on the screen, please.
What do you want? What do you want to see?
I trust Josh with everything.
Top G2, the cover by Ethan Van Sciver.
Everybody has bad art, Josh. If you're gonna say that a 31-year guy who not only did some of the biggest fucking comic book runs there are, we're talking about the guy who did Green Lantern Rebirth. We're talking about the guy who did Sinestro Corps War. We're talking about the guy who did Blackest Night. We're talking about the guy that did New X-Men. This is a huge artist. He's not a shitty artist, Josh. You can't say that, bro.
Josh,
you can't say that,
did, man.
You cannot say that. Let's look at.
Yeah, please pull that up.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not bad. How long did he take to draw it?
Dude,
I don't know. If he's a professional, shouldn't he take as long as it needs to make it look good?
Josh, you spent 2 fucking weeks bitching about Frank Miller doing a Marvel cover. I watched it.
This cover's just as bad.
No,
if not worse.
Oh my God.
I don't know that there's much worse than that Frank Miller cover outside of that Acetate cover.
Yeah, the Acetate is the closest second. I'll give Acetate
hold on.
before I give Frank Miller a pass.
I'll send if you can't find it.
I know
I'll
what you're
send
talking
you a
about. I'll bring it
picture
up.
of
I'll bring it up. Hold on. You're telling me that Ethan Van Sciver's Green Lantern stuff is terrible, dude? You're crazy.
Is Green Lantern top G2?
Listen, Josh, how long did he take to do that? Did he do it in 2 seconds?
I don't know. I don't talk to him, but if you're an artist,
Let's just talk straight up sales. Jeff Johns plus Ethan Van Sciver equaled 125,000 copies a month. The second they get rid of him, Jeff Johns' Green Lanterns don't sell 60,000.
That's not it. Hold on.
Yeah, I really want to be a part of this, but I gotta go do some work.
Sounds good. Sounds good, Fitz. Appreciate you, bro. Dude, shoot me.
Appreciate you guys having me.
Shoot me your email, dude. Shoot me your email, and I'll add you so you could just jump on whenever you want, man.
Oh, that's a fact, man. I'll shoot it to your DM.
All right, sounds good, brother.
You guys have a good night, man. I'm
All right.
Mr. Rewind.
Appreciate you, bro. Here's the book that Josh is talking about. Now, listen, I'm not saying this is fucking good, but how long did he do it for?
good.
How long did he do
That's
it for?
the thing. If Andrew Tate calls you up on a Monday and says, "Yo, man, I want you to do one of my comic covers by Friday,"
And is the
I wouldn't
colorist
even
ruined
do
this?
it because Andrew
Did the color?
Tate is in court right now for human trafficking. So
Mm.
I probably would have said no in the first place.
Good for
Who
you.
am I?
Ethan said yes. Yeah. Who are you? You know what I mean? Good for you. I understand
Morals,
that.
I guess.
Let's see here. Let's see the original cover. What is this?
there's
Top
no
G?
way that's as bad as the Frank Miller cover. Chat, do you think that's as bad as the Frank Miller?
It's a terrible cover.
It's bad.
It's
It's
not
bad.
a good cover, but it's not John Cassidy or Frank Miller bad. But that's not a good cover.
Frank Miller's also fucking old as shit and has been around way longer.
Why is it coming up like that with an A? Is my shit fucked up?
Probably because you spilled something on your keyboard.
All right, Jesus. What is this? Top G art. I want to see the original. I don't want to see the colorist because the coloring can fuck up the art.
The coloring had nothing to do with the fact that that dude in the middle looks like
all those people on that cover are
yeah. The coloring didn't hurt that situation.
Well, I don't know why. Oh, here we go. It's not the original one.
I feel like I saw that guy in my fever dreams.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. That's for sure. I'll admit that. That is for sure.
And I wanted to. I was thinking of something when I was off show, waiting to come in too. And you were talking. I think you have Nikki Bruch coming on in the next week.
Yeah.
And we just had that giant headline. Rob Liefeld's art immediately sells 170,000 copies of Thundercats #1. Right? We just had that big.
Yep.
Said that big
170. It got 110 pre-orders, and I think it got up to 170.
Yeah. So let's just can we break that down number wise so people can have a perspective on what Ethan and Eric have done. 170,000 copies of Thundercats, which is probably going to be a $5.99 book if I had to guess, but I don't know. Even at $5.99 with a $3 wholesale price. That's only $500,000, and that's not paying for all the other stuff that they got to print out of that. So that's probably going to be close to like $150,000-$200,000 profit.
Yeah. Listen, I understand. You might not like somebody's politics or how they move in certain areas, but you can't let your ideology get in the way of your intellectual honesty. Yes, you are. Hold on. You are. You 100% are. It's like saying that you can't say that a guy that's been one of the top creators in comics for more than a half deck for almost 50 years, 31 years now. You can't say that guy is not good at what he does. I might not like somebody. I might not like Mark Waid, but I'll say that he's one of the best. I don't like his politics. I don't like how he's a baby about anything. But hold on, Dennis. Hold on. I might not like Mark Waid. I might think that he bitches out and he acts like a puss about stuff. But he is an amazing writer, and I can actually say that World's Finest is one of my favorite books that I'm reading right now. Shazam is a good book. He's writing it. You can't let that shit get in the way of that. It's like, if he was a bad artist, he wouldn't be one of the biggest comic book artists in the world. That's all I'm saying. Van Sciver. What are you're crazy.
I can also have an opinion. So
your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is wrong. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
On this
All
one.
right.
It sounds stupid. It sounds like you're letting your politics get in your way. I'm just telling you. It's just the way it is.
Why won't you read Green Lantern?
I do read Green Lantern.
I mean, come on, dude.
I do read Green Lantern. What are you talking about?
Green Lantern?
Yeah, I did read it. That's why I don't like it. Of course I read it.
Because of your politics.
No, I read it. Why? You're saying I don't read it. I've read it, Josh. I read it.
You read the
I don't have politics, Josh. I'm not a political guy. You sound silly right now, bro.
Okay.
You sound mad.
Dude. Well, whatever.
So anyways, this goes down.
Did Ethan ever clarify what his exact criticisms of Isom's
He did.
of Isom?
Yeah.
He
Yes.
did a 2-hour or 3-hour live stream where he took Isom #1, and from a 30-year experience in being paid by the comic industry to draw comic books, he said what he would do differently as far as plotting, drawing, etc. Which drawing obviously is a criticism of Gabe Al-Taibbi, not Isom. But he also, I watched about half of it because I couldn't watch the whole thing because you have to watch it. I usually just put the earbuds in and listen, but you really can't follow a criticism of art with that. But he's like, look, here you talk about the protagonist, but you don't talk about what the protagonist.
He was very constructive. He said the good stuff and the bad stuff. And here's the funny thing. So, anyways, before we get too far, it causes this problem, and Ethan and Eric July behind the scenes start having problems. Eric July basically sends him a text and says, hey, you need to start chilling out or I'm going to go against you and I'm going to start doing this. Ethan doesn't talk about it, for months. And then once Eric starts not caring about Ethan, he starts talking more trash about him. Eric starts getting some of his friends to join in and quit following Ethan, and this big fracture happens, right? So this
let me go back one more jump. I know, Brian, I'm sorry, but there was already a fracture because there were all these kind of things, and if you know Gary from Nerdrotic, there was a lot of Venn diagrams that were kind of overlapping when the whole Cyberfrog thing was happening, and a lot of people were, hey, we got our little pop culture verse going on. And let's go ahead and bring the comic book people in because we hate the comic book industry right now. So let's bring Ethan in.
Yeah.
And there was a fracture first between part of the people who were associated with Isom on the other half, and Ethan was associated with Isom on the comic half. And then so I think naturally the schism between Ethan and Nerdrotic and Jeremy from the Quartering and all these kind of guys, that bled over also into the Isom fracture.
Yeah. So, anyways,
sorry to interject, but I do think that's important.
Yeah. When I get back to the thing that he sent, I'm gonna play this. This is a little. I've sped it up just because Ethan he talks a little slow sometimes, so we can actually get through some of this stuff. Here we go.
Like, it's just the internet. I'll tell you guys something that I never told you, but I'll tell you now. I haven't told anybody this except for my wife. But after I appeared on a stream, the Yellow Flash stream, because I was on the Yellow Flash stream, and this was right when Dick Masterson first offered his opinions, Eric would not. I said, Eric, you need to learn to take criticism, and I said that publicly, and it made him very angry. He sent me a text that said, "You're playing middle of the road is really corny, and if you continue to play the middle of the road, I'm going to respond accordingly." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, there are a lot of people who like a bite out of you, essentially, and I'm holding them back." I said, maybe we better have a talk about this. And so we did have a little talk about it in private. I said, Eric, I'm not here to hurt you. It's nothing personal.
but I'm not going to blindly, like, if you say something that I disagree with, I'm going to answer you. I'm going to respond with my opinion about that, and I'm going to correct it. I can't allow you to lead the way about, like, the indie movement when I think, like, what you're saying is, like, not good for the indie movement. Do you understand? You know, I gotta be able to express my opinion about things like this. And we left that meeting, I think, like, pretty cool and stuff. You know, I said, and the other thing is, it'd be great if, like, you know, while you're enjoying all of this success, share it. Retweet other creators. Like, that's, I mean, I know that's my thing. My thing is that, like, this isn't, he's not Comicsgate. My thing is, Comicsgate really needs to be about sharing success. And it's really easy. Now, the big guys have to help the little guys. When I see somebody's campaign that looks good to me, I retweet it. When I see somebody who's extraordinary, whose indie campaign looks really good, I want them on the show and I want to promote them. I said, I challenge you to do that a little bit more. I don't think you and I need to eat alone in this. This is the whole thing, like, talking about how men only think about the Roman Empire and all this stuff. It's like, I think the most beloved leaders didn't eat alone. They shared their success with others. You know, they shared with the people, as it were. So, you know, when you see guys who are out there and they have a campaign and you're raking in money, and that's cool. That's all your money. You've got all this light on you, and I think, like, every single day you should be just sharing a little bit, retweet people, you know, let other people get a little glimpse of the limelight. And I'm sure you mean to do that, but you just haven't been doing it lately, and it's important that you do, because we do it for you. I mean, the thing is, like, when Rippaverse ISOM 2 launched, we were all over it. I was all over. We're gonna help Eric. Everybody, like, you know what? We did it with enthusiasm. Well, you know, we create excitement. It's a really important thing that everybody do that, and you find yourself in a position where you're like 3 times as big as anyone else, and you have the power to do that. And he kind of went, like, that was news to him, and I think he said, well, I'm going to try to do that and stuff like that. But I think that conversation might have put me at odds. I haven't changed my mind. I'm still going to do the same thing. As you can see, like, when I disagree with Eric, I will say so. It's nothing personal. I don't want to hurt anyone or anything like this, but it's like, man, dude, some of the choices I'm seeing, I don't like them. Okay, that's just the way it is. Anyway, I think there's still some noses out of joint here. And the other thing is, I'm not going to, like, some of these guys are my friends. I'm not going to walk away from them.
Well, comic books, right? Like, again, you can't.
So basically, that created more of a fracture, right? And the next thing you know, it's you know, us versus them versus each other, yada yada yada. Well, there's this big huge channel called the Flashcast that is friends with Eric and stuff, and they take Eric's side, and they're part of, you know, the whole comics indie funding comic stuff, and he's creating his own comic and he's working on it right now type deal. Well, he decides that he's going to go out there and complain that you know, he said, this Flashcast guy said, I'm blocking Ethan. I'm not going to follow Ethan anymore. I'm not going to talk about him. Fuck him, this and that. And he basically says, you know, I asked him to do a cover for my comic, and he said, yeah, he'll do it. And he charged me $4,000. Now, here's the problem with that. The reason why everybody's mad about this, okay? The reason that everybody's mad about it is because you don't, it's an unsaid thing to talk about your page rate in comic world, right? And the reason why is because most of these guys, their page rate changes depending on who they're doing the work for, right? If you're doing a work for somebody that you've never heard of or you don't know, you might offer them something compared to something that you've worked with somebody for a long time. Or if you know somebody's down and out, you might give them a little less than somebody else and this and that. And it's just one of those unsaid things, right? It's like there's all kinds of unsaid rules. And it caused this huge, massive fracture between, like, what I felt like was almost like the real pros and the guys who weren't necessarily in comics but just creating comics, right? They didn't understand this, right? The Flashcast, the Rippaverse, you know, who's some of the other guys that are kind of making comics now and that whole thing, Dennis, that aren't part of that.
Like you said, Aaron Lepresti earlier, Billy.
Well,
Tucci.
Aaron, he's a pro. There's guys who aren't pros though that I'm saying. Like Flashcast isn't a. He's a YouTuber. Eric July's a YouTuber.
But the Umbrella, there's the Umbrella guy.
Yeah.
He did a comic called The Littlest Umbrella.
Yeah, Vito's doing a comic. Like, there's all these guys that are doing a comic they jump in and out of each other's shows, but, you know, they're not big comic guys. And I think that's something that a lot of people aren't talking about that I feel like I see a little bit of, which is very interesting, but, you know, it is what it is. So anyways,
I just want to also just go one more thing.
Yeah.
ISOM number 2, Ethan did, I think, cover B.
Well, you're going, oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
So he did the cover B.
For ISOM
cover B
2.
sold 13,000. The copy cover A sold 12,000.
Yeah.
Cover C sold 4,000 and cover D sold 2,600. Ethan knows his value, and
not 4,000. Yeah, not 4,000 covers. But 4,000 per cover. You're right, Dave. That's how much he charged Flashcast. That's not saying that Ethan's charging everybody that, or that's what a normal artist page rate is. But
what I'm saying is Ethan knows his value. He did that cover too. He's done covers for other people, and they'll sell 5,000 of them to Ethan's fans and that. So he's like, look, you give me the 4,000, you make your second cover, you're going to make 10,000, 20,000 off of it. That's what my value is. That's for me to take time away from my books to help you. This is what I charge. And I don't see a problem with Ethan doing that.
Yeah. Well, to move on, this is where we're getting at. Now, here's the funny thing. So we talk about this book and this and that, and I think to give a little bit of I don't know. I forget the word. I'm stoned. I apologize. To put a little bit of heat on Ethan. I think that just a little bit of him feels like he's seeing something that he helped build start to crumble, and he's trying to do whatever he can to make sure that doesn't happen. At least during the beginning of it, right? So this is all within the last couple weeks that this next stuff happened. It was absolutely hilarious to watch. It was fucking funnier and shit. A lot of you guys might know this guy, Alex Stein, Pimp on a Blimp, 999 Alex Stein.
Big booty Latinos.
Yeah, super funny YouTuber and commentator. Both him and Eric July work for The Blaze, which is owned by Glenn Beck. And they do, Eric July is a commentator on stuff, and Alex Stein has a show. Well, Ethan is, basically going through ISOM's books. Everybody kept saying, Ethan, why don't you review the book? So one of the things that Eric July used to always do, and one of the things he's famous for, is called monetizing your haters, where if he had somebody that was talking shit about him, he'd either bring them on to debate them to make money off of them on the views of the show, or he would, just figure out a way to make money off them. So Ethan basically says, okay, if somebody if I get $1,000 in super chats tonight, I'll review it. He gets $1,000 in super chats. He reviews the book. He does a very good constructive criticism review on the book. I suggest people go watch it. It's very interesting to hear somebody that's a pro review a book, to basically doing what he would do for another pro and say, hey, this is what I see, this is what, and I'll give him credit. He does his best not to get angry and not to go crazy, right? So he reviews it, and then they say, well, review ISOM number 2. So they pay him to review ISOM number 2. He sells that book that he reviews for $4,000. This is shit's all going on last week. Alex Stein sees that Alex Stein, 999 Alex Stein, basically he has a show, and he decides, let's get these two on here and debate, and it'll cause this big, huge issue. Everybody's going to go crazy in drama and this and that. And so basically he tries to he says he wants to bring on Ethan. Ethan thinks he's going on there to talk about his comic book. He calls Eric July and says, Eric July, come on and debate Ethan. Eric says, okay, I'll do it. And they put out this thumbnail that basically says Ethan versus Eric debate, and everybody's freaking out. They've got, thousands waiting to watch it, 5,000 live viewers, this and that, everybody's wanting to see this. And Eric July backs out. Ethan gets pissed. He didn't even know. He felt like he was getting sandbagged and this and stuff, this and that and all that stuff.
And that's just Alex Stein.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you guys don't know who Alex Stein, this is Alex Stein. This is him apologizing about the whole thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Prime Time with Alex Stein. I'm your host, Alex Stein, and tonight it's kind of a somber evening because we made a huge mistake yesterday. I didn't make a huge mistake, but a very powerful person on my team made a disgusting error by trying to pit two enemies against each other for clicks on the internet. One of the most disgusting things that anybody could ever do. I couldn't imagine doing that. So tonight, I just want to give my sincerest apologies to both Eric and Ethan for the disaster that happened, and I also want to bring on my attorney and my representative in this case. You know him as Darius P.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is it a different Darius, Dennis? It's a different Darius?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. So anyways, that basically happened, and it's caused this big, huge fracture. Now, when I say big, huge fracture, the comic side of YouTube is very small. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we're lucky to get 100 people watching us. These guys are pulling in so many views on this thing, and they're having show after show after show talking about it, and it's getting even more. And it's so fucking funny to watch.
Well,
it is.
And somebody in the chat earlier, and I didn't interrupt one of the few times, said it's like when Hogan turned on Macho Man. And I know Ethan, I know enough of Eric. They're both wrestler fans. If I found out a month from now that this was a heel turn that they kind of had planned out, it would not shock me, because the heat both of them have gotten in both directions. I don't think it is. But if I found out, it's Andy Kaufman level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel like that's a big part of it. I feel like they're just really trying to
And they might actually be pissed at each other, and
I think they are
playing up the heel turn. You know, there were times that the heel turn was actually for a reason.
Yes.
They actually did hate themselves in real life, and they made their characters hate each other.
Yeah.
In real wrestling.
Yeah, I definitely think
that. It wouldn't shock
that.
me if they're both kind of leaning into the Mean Gene on this one and trying to see how high they can take each other.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
I mean, Ethan is on the record as previously saying that a lot of everything he says is in character to some degree, because he understands, quote, the value of entertainment. So it's hard to take a lot of anything that comes out of his mouth with any degree of sincerity.
And his humor is also very sarcastic and very dry in that way, where 90% I think he's trying to make a joke and people just take it as don't take it as that. And the reason why I know that is because my best friend is just like that. His humor is and I fucking love it. I love that type of humor. But a lot of people sometimes don't get that really sarcastic type of humor. But the problem is, and the main reason why I'm bringing all this up is because, you know, I really champion the crowdfunding comic book world. I think it's great. I think that it's cool to be able to see not only great creators who want to do their own characters, do stuff, but see my friends be able to do books, right? To be able to see Mickey Swagglehouse be able to create a book and get it funded, you know, is fucking super cool. And then on top of it, all these great young creators getting the ability, you know, like you've got these artists, these young artists who we've never heard of that are getting a ton of play out of these.
Let's face it, man. You know, right now, the comic industry ain't open unless you have certain check marks. And there's a lot of talent out there. You go to Comic-Cons, little shit Comic-Cons, medium-sized Comic-Cons, huge Comic-Cons, and I see art in Artist Alley. I'm like, why aren't you working for the industry? Oh, because you're a straight white male. You're never going to get hired unless you blow somebody's doors off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And,
right. Just
and you know what? You could call it Jordan Peterson syndrome, whatever. But Ethan has made a place for a lot of those people to have careers.
Yeah. Well, not just Ethan. A lot of those guys. Ethan's not the only guy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I think I don't
that even follow. You know, the thing is it's kind of like Fight Club.
Yeah.
When they're like, "Oh, did you hear about the Fight Club in this other place?" And they're like, "Did you start it?" "No, I didn't start it." "Did you start it?" "I didn't start it." It's one of those things that just spreads. And I listen to, you know, oh, you got this cast and that cast, and it's got one person from this cast and 5 people I've never heard of, and I'll pop onto it and I'll be like, I have no idea who these guys are, but these books are decent.
Yeah. So
I think the caveat to all that, though, is the thing that these guys sit there and rail against. It just creates an echo chamber that does the same thing. Oh, social justice warriors, this, all that. And you get a collective of people that say that same thing, all the same thing, but at the same time, you're shutting out every opinion from anywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So
I agree at some point.
the regular industry does that, and we aren't rallying against that. But if the sub-industry, which is kind of showing them...
I mean, Dennis, I think a lot of people mentioned the fact that echo chambers are a bad thing. I don't think that that's an uncommon opinion. I think a lot of people don't like hearing that echo chambers are a bad thing because it hurts their feelings.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't like hearing things all the time, and there's no reason to fucking act like a douchebag, that's for sure. I don't know, man. I think it's very interesting. I think it's very interesting to the fact that with social media and that like we said, a lot of people say a lot of things. Anybody can say anything with social media. And to be able to be, it's almost like a fly on the wall, hearing inside baseball, seeing all this stuff going down and hearing when the big whole thing happened about not being able, you shouldn't tell other artists page rates and stuff. You know what I mean? That's interesting to hear. I mean, it makes sense, but we're not. I'm not in the industry. I don't know about that shit. To hear about some of the other artists, like the big deal now is how deals are made. Some deals in those things go down where they're paying for their work. Some are saying, hey, I'm not going to pay you up front, but I'll give you a percentage of the ownership of the property, stuff like that. How these crowdfunding things and Indiegogo things work. Me or you or anybody on this thing, if we wanted to go make our own comic book, we could do it fucking tomorrow. Easier than ever. You can reach out to just about any artist you want and
I think that's also, there's a bit of jealousy that Ethan figured out how to monetize doing this into a comic book. And you can hate him all you want, but I mean, he's millions of dollars into crowdfunding, and he did it off of talking to his audience every day.
Yeah.
Bryan talks 3-4 times a week now.
Mm-hmm.
You do a comic book. I would dare you to not talk about Bryan's comic book. You did an indie film where I think you had a 5-second cameo in it, and you talked about it for 2 fucking months.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you wanted your friends to succeed.
Yeah.
And you wanted a project that you were involved with to succeed. If
Yeah.
you did a comic book, I'd expect to hear about it on the top 10 list and all of your other pods. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people talking about stuff they're in.
And if you're your echo chamber is going to be pot smoking, alternative music, baseball cards, and
UFOs.
it's
Yeah,
going to be your echo chamber.
it's Beyond Wednesdays. That's what it is. It's right fucking here. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with somebody feeding their echo chamber if the echo chamber is the life raft that they were forced to get on.
But to
they weren't forced to get on though. They elected to get on.
Yeah.
So Ethan was pushed out of the industry in 2016 when Trump won.
He was pushed out of he was pushed out.
Why
of the
was he
industry
pushed out?
reportedly for saying a lot of dumb shit.
No,
because he said I support the president of the United States.
His comments were apparently a lot different, and then also.
Well, what can you mention one of them? If
Yeah, tell us what they are. I don't think you guys know.
So I will go and pull up the list again. We've gone over this before.
Here's what he said. He said that he got pulled into the office and was basically told that he shouldn't be so vocal about politics. That's what he says. Now, do I know it's true? I don't know. Who knows? Is what you're saying true? Who knows? I don't know.
So my whole thing is when one of the people he railed against, which is one of the people that he worked with, point blank came out and discussed
which person?
History. I'm pulling it up right now, Dennis. Bear with me.
Because Gail Simone, who has had issues with him, said that she worked with him fine. I actually had lunch or dinner with Dan DiDio, and we talked about Gail and Ethan.
And it was Gail who brought it up, and what Gail brought up was the fact that in this everything else that's gone on, Ethan went on to label her a bunch of things which weren't anything true of their relationship. So she was basically saying that Ethan was misrepresenting what Gail was at that point. And
I just talked to Dan DiDio, both of their editors, on New 52 Firestorm, and we talked for about 15 minutes. And that there's 3 sides to every story, and actually there's 4, because there's Ethan's side, Gail's side, Dan DiDio's side, and then there's the truth. So
yeah, I mean, and obviously the truth is somewhere in between all of those things.
Because as a retailer, I ordered the shit out of that book, thinking, "Holy shit, Ethan and Gail are going to do a Firestorm book about two different people fused into one superhero. This could be the greatest thing I've ever read." And Dan's like, "I thought the same thing when I put it to them, and when they got together, they could just not come up with a cohesive idea."
Yeah, so Gail's...
And then they started blaming each other for why it didn't work, and that's typical of any relationship, forced relationship.
Yeah, so Gail's exact quote was, most people who know him will say he changed a lot during this time. So previously, this is a quote from a much larger post. So previously in that, Gail was talking about probably the fact that Ethan was likely depressed and had a lot on his plate, and yada, yada, yada. So it says, most people who know him will say he changed a lot during this time. I thought so too, but I also thought it was understandable. I don't want to reveal personal stuff, but he had a lot on his plate and I felt terrible for him. Ethan, the fact that none of that counts as an actual friendship to you right now, and I'm just, quote, some deceitful social justice warrior, is both hurtful and nonsensical. I asked for nothing from you ever. I was there for you endlessly, and I'm sure you had pro friends leeching off of you, but I never asked you for a blessed thing.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's...
So there's nothing wrong with Gail's comment there. What I'm saying is if Gail is making a comment that Ethan is saying these things and labeling these things about Gail, there's likely commentary somewhere on the in-between more than what any one particular side is saying.
Yes. And what I was told from neither of the 3 people I just talked about was that Gail was one of the people that went to the higher-ups at DC and said, I can't work with Ethan if he is supporting Trump, who is going to murder gay people. Which, if I remember those 4 years, there was no government murder of gay people. But the narrative was, by supporting Trump, you were murdering gay people. And she was one of the creators at DC who said, I cannot work with him because he supports Trump, and that's the murdering of gay people.
Yeah, Josh, I see you. I see you posting in the chat. In the chat. I apologize for telling you your opinion is wrong. But it
is what it is. I just think saying that, me basing that off of political stuff when every drama segment for the past month has been about woke this, woke that, that's all political, is just insane to me. So,
okay, I understand that. But at the same time, what are my politics? You said that I don't like Green Lantern. I didn't read Green Lantern because of my politics, but I did read Green Lantern.
You read the one issue.
No, I've read the whole thing. I've read all the... Hold on, Dennis, hold on. Hold on, Dennis, hold on. Don't interrupt. Just don't interrupt. Yeah, let us get our stuff out.
I needed context. I don't know what Green Lantern is.
Okay.
Yes, that is what we're talking about.
Not specifically Rebirth, Dennis, but the new series that just dropped.
I apologize.
The Ellen Scott Green Lantern series.
And I have read it. If I didn't read it, how would I know about it? I've read it. I've talked about it. The main reason, and I told you the main reason I didn't like it, is because I felt like the writer was taking characters and making them do things that doesn't make sense with that character. I feel like the Spectre would never talk the way he talked in that. He wouldn't go against God the way he does, and it just feels off. That's what I don't like. What are like you said, it's because of my politics. What are my politics?
Well, what are my politics?
You're the one that said.
Hold on. Thing.
No,
you brought that up first.
No,
you brought that up first. When I said EVS's art is trash, and who is he?
No.
You said that my opinions are wrong and that they were based on politics.
No,
You said that in some sort of way, and you can play that back after this show. You,
Okay,
you
that's
brought it
fine.
up.
That's fine. Then I apologize, but I didn't. If you think my politics are off, what are my politics? I don't have any political views. I'm not a political person.
No political views whatsoever.
No, I'm not a political person. I don't like politics. I think they're all crooks,
I
dude.
was literally in a chat once where Bryan accused Ultra Maximus of being a conspiracy theorist, and he was literally on the opposite side of Ultra.
Yeah, I'm not conservative. I'm not left.
You guys got into a real 30-minute tizzy on that one too.
And here's the other thing. Like, do you think that I'm against gay people? How do you know I'm not gay?
I don't know that you're not gay.
Like,
But
I'm not
you
against
didn't
gay
like
people.
Green Lantern because one of the reasons you said was because of male hookers.
No, I didn't say I didn't like it because of the male hookers. I said that was one of the people were having issues with it. I didn't say I didn't like it because of the male hookers.
So when they first made Alan Scott gay, issue 3 of, I think it was Earth 2 issue 3, and they announced that he was gay.
Yeah.
I went to one of my friends who is one of the bigger people in the industry, who is also gay, and I was friends with him for 5 years before I knew he was gay, and we're still friends to this day. And I said, "Can I ask you a question? Just nothing for nothing, but does randomly selecting Alan Scott from Earth 2 and deciding he's gay fly in the narrative of gay people saying that they're born this way? Like, how could somebody who is in an alternate universe be born differently than a person who had a wife and kids and was straight in our universe versus and he
It's
was
writing.
like,
Anything can happen. That's what I feel,
no.
yeah.
But he was like, it does sit differently when you decide that someone is gay rather than say that character who is born and is exactly the same makeup and all this is all of the sudden gay.
I think that my biggest problem, and the reason why I think that I always
a gay person had a problem with Alan Scott being gay.
I think that my biggest problem, and I've kind of, I thought I was pretty clear about it. My biggest problem, and whenever I bring up the woke agenda type stuff, I guess what I'm getting at is, when I talk about that stuff, I really don't like the fact that we have characters that, and the reason why I don't like is because, I feel this way. Like, there are characters that I grew up with, being in love with, and they have this long storied history on who they are, how they think, what they think, and that they're getting changed. Now, am I saying I don't think that's wrong? I just don't like it, because I love those characters, and that was my that was always been my problem is that I feel like, if you're going to constantly change how these characters act and they're on the totally opposite side of how they've been portrayed for decades, you're just killing that whole history that people love of these characters.
But now, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but
no, we're having a conversation. This is what I love, dude.
Who has that happened to? Green Lantern and Iceman, right?
Green Lantern. Hold on. There's more. Yeah, there's Green Lantern. They didn't do it in the longest way, but they did it with John Kent, where they immediately, in a smaller way. And I'm not talking about the gay stuff. We could talk about that later. I'm talking about where they immediately made him go into the future. I felt like we had this great storyline going and this great dynamic between the Super Sons. It felt like it was such a good thing, and I felt like somebody came on and went, no, we're going to change it all. And I feel like there definitely is a part of that on both sides. And when it happens both ways, I hate it. When it happens that all way, and I'm not, it happens with in many different ways, whether you think politically or not. When somebody changes that, I don't like. I think it's a bummer. I feel like you can create new characters. I feel like it's easier to create new characters than change ones that have been around forever.
Okay, but he hasn't been around forever.
Well, there's John Kent hasn't, but there's other characters who have.
No, yeah, I know. That's why I said like Green Lantern and Iceman. But besides those two, who has been around forever that they've changed?
Superman.
Superman gay?
Not sexually, but they've totally changed. You know, he doesn't do the whole truth, justice, and the American way thing anymore.
I mean, I get that.
Yeah. You know,
But
like
would anybody buy
and-
Truth, Justice, and the American Way?
No, but that's
anymore?
Superman,
Let's
dude.
be realistic.
No, I get it, but that's Superman. You know, he shouldn't be
Superman
against
from the
it.
40s, though.
No, that was
Yeah,
Superman when we were
it's a sign of its
kids.
times. I
No.
realize it's the principle, not exactly the phrase.
That was the Superman when we were
Superman
kids.
is a Boy Scout.
Yes. Yeah. And
He
he's
was raised in Kansas.
Okay, but
He's going to have a global view, but he's going to be raised by Jonathan Kent.
I could be wrong on this, and somebody can Google this, but I'm pretty sure the Truth, Justice, and American Way piece wasn't added until we went into like World War.
And I don't care about that. It's just the way that Superman. It doesn't matter how if it's been that way since the beginning, but it's been that way for a long time. And to not have that be part of Superman when people think Superman, that's what they think. You know what I mean? It's like
But here,
there's.
I mean, just a simple like. Just recently, Mystique is now a man who is the father of Nightcrawler instead of the mother.
I don't care about that. I mean, I think, and the reason why I don't care about that is because supposedly that's what Chris Claremont wanted from the beginning, and if that's what he wanted, that's fine. But
okay, but back to the John Kent thing. Like,
Yeah.
was it ever implied that he was not gay or wasn't into dudes or
Well, but here's
like?
the thing. Can I?
I don't
and
care about
have
the
this
gay
conversation
stuff.
With my children, you can't be homosexual until you're sexual. So you can't discuss sexuality.
Yeah, he was a kid.
Of a 10-year-old boy, unless you have him kidnapped and go to the future so that he can be groomed by his grandfather, and then sent back and whoa, look, he's an adult and he's gay.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that's creepy at all?
And I don't have a problem with the gay stuff on that. I don't care about the gay
like,
stuff.
what?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I don't care about John Kent being gay. I do care about when it comes to the Alan Scott stuff. I do care about the Spectre stuff. I think the Spectre stuff was way off. I don't think the Spectre. I think the Spectre being the wrath of God, and that is such a like if you've read the Spectre in the past, specifically like when Hal Jordan was the Spectre, and then after him, what was the cop from Gotham that was the Spectre? Like as soon as that wrath of God hit them, their personality could not come through. And then it just felt really off to have the Spectre being like, "It's okay, Alan, even though God doesn't believe that gay people." And I'm not saying it said this, but this is kind of what I felt like it was being saying. It's okay, Alan. Anybody can do what they want. I'm not really that religious. It's like, what are you talking about? You have to you're God's wrath. You can't do anything but God's wrath.
Yeah, he that's what he embodies.
Well, have you ever read The
God's wrath,
Spectre?
But I'm not gonna lie, I've never read The Spectre. But are you religious at all?
No, I'm not religious. No, but I do love the history of religion. I got a degree in religious theology. I was going to be a history teacher. So yeah, I love religion, but I'm not religious. I believe in.
Like,
I'm not. But I love the fact. I do love stories about religion. That's why I love the Spectre. That's why I loved prophecy when I was a kid. I think that idea about angels having to serve God, just the story is super cool, and that's why I really love the Spectre, and that's why I read the shit out of the Spectre, and I think that's what I'm talking about. Like if you have a character that you love and the character is totally different than what you've always been used to, I can understand somebody being a little bit like, man, this is getting tiring.
Where I see the Spectre, because I grew up in a very religious household, very religious, is that I understand what the Spectre is saying, and probably when I was growing up, I wouldn't have understood it, why he was talking that way about, he's saying that if God didn't want you to love, he wouldn't allow you to love who you wanted. And that you honor, he said that you honor God's creation every day by putting on that uniform and fighting the bad guys.
Yeah, I have no problem with the message. What I have a problem with is that's not the character. That's just not the character. Like it would be like Darth Vader all of a sudden not being Darth Vader, right? Like there's a big. It's the reason why. Here's a perfect example. it's a reason why people had the problem with Luke in the post episodes. Luke wouldn't have been been that way. And a perfect example is Mark Hamill explaining everything that they wrote was wrong on how the character has been written.
Luke literally intended to die to save his father from the dark side, yet he ignites his lightsaber to kill an innocent child because he thinks he might turn dark.
It just doesn't make sense. That's what I'm getting at.
So if it changed, how are you saying that the Spectre should have reacted to Alan Scott?
Not that way. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't.
He should.
Well, when the Spectre, when the Wrath of God takes.
Can I just say one thing about the Spectre, because I did read old school Spectre.
Of course, yeah.
The Spectre is an entity.
Yes.
It would be the same as if you like Star Trek and the little thing that goes in Jadzia Dax and then also transfers. You're going to have the residual effect of that character that's been around for 75 years being transferred into this new character, Alan Scott, for the first time. Although, he's been in Green Lanterns before. The Spectre is going to be the constant when he's in Alan Scott. It's Alan Scott's Spectre that's going to be different, but the Spectre wouldn't be different. Well,
yeah,
you're still there. I'm just,
that was the end of my point.
Oh, okay.
The Spectre is the constant.
Yeah, exactly. The Wrath of God is the Wrath of God is the constant. Like there.
But are you saying he should be angry at Alan Scott? Like that's not what
yes.
I'm.
Yes,
not
necessarily angry.
Like,
no, not necessarily angry. But he wouldn't. I just don't see it as that character, the way that he was written.
You're saying he wouldn't comfort him because he's
no,
gay?
No, he wouldn't. I don't think so. No.
Wasn't the Wrath of God specifically Eclipso's version of the Spectre? Because obviously there's been a lot of different Spectres.
Well, there's been the original Spectre. Hal Jordan was a Spectre. The cop from Gotham City. What was that guy's name?
I don't know if you understand, Bigsy. The Spectre is the energy. It's kind of like when Parallax entered Hal Jordan.
Right.
And made him go nuts and kill everybody. And then as a penance, the Spectre took over Hal Jordan, but he still had the Parallax in him. So it was a Hal Jordan Parallax that had the Spectre, and it turned into literally Wrath of God times, fear and hate and all that stuff.
Right, but specifically, I thought when they shifted in the modern age, because that was what Eclipso essentially became the Spectre, that's when it became the, quote, Wrath of God, and the initial creation was something slightly different.
Which is all the stuff that I read. I mean, I'm talking about the stuff, from when I started reading comics, which was very heavy. Hal Jordan, when Hal Jordan was the Spectre, and then the guy, I keep forgetting his name. Who was the Day of Vengeance? Was that Eclipso? Day of Vengeance? It could have been Eclipso's The Day of Vengeance. Crispus Allen. Yeah, Crispus Allen. I remember when Crispus Allen became the Spectre. So, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, like, the 40 stuff. I didn't read much of any of that stuff, if any.
No.
Yeah, which that would have been Corrigan.
Yeah, Jim Corrigan. Yeah. So
but he went unchanged until he jumps into Hal.
Yes,
and that was more
exactly.
Of choosing Hal because of the penance that Hal had to do for destroying Coast City.
Which was such a great storyline, man. That was such a and to think that storyline was written by so many different people, like it got handed off to Jeff Johns when he did Rebirth. I don't know, man.
And that's why I loved Rebirth.
Yes.
Rebirth came out the month I opened my store in 2005.
Yeah.
And that was one of the first books I had picked up since Kevin Dooley had destroyed Hal Jordan in Green Lantern 50.
You know what's funny? My two favorite comic storylines are one's Mark Waid and the other's Ethan Van Sciver. Two people that are like exact opposites and hate each other. Yeah.
No, but so when Jeff Johns came up with that plot, he read everything for 20 years.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, Dennis. Just on that, so you're hitting it on the head. That's what I'm talking about. Like Jeff Johns' Green Lantern was so good because for two reasons, in my opinion. He loved Green Lantern and Hal Jordan so much that he knew everything about Green Lantern, knew everything about Hal Jordan, and then he wanted it to be like a thing to his sister who died in that plane crash, right?
Yep,
It was like it was like his way of dealing with her grief, and it meant something to him. And that's my biggest problem is that in the same reason that like we give shit to Epic Nation because he's just out here grifting. He doesn't give a shit about the comic book community or the history of comics. He just wants to make money. I feel like a lot of writers in comics are that same way. They don't give a shit about comics. They don't know about comics. They don't know about the community. They don't know much about the character they're writing. I'm okay with you changing something up every once in a while.
That's why I hate endless reboots, because all it is just a way for bad writing to not have to make a reason for something. They can go, oh, it's rebooted and everything's different, and I've decided that this character's doing this and this character's doing that. Whereas Jeff Johns took all of the stuff and said, well, the reason how was because he had a moment of fear and Parallax entered
so
him.
Good. Yeah.
And that it made everything that happened before stay that way, but yet gave us a new launching point to have new stories. And that's like writing 401. That's like masterclass, because everybody else just wants to reboot it and go, okay, this character's now gay, or this character changes his logo because we don't like the old logo.
And I'll be honest, I didn't fall in love with Alan Scott until the JLA storyline, JSA storyline. Who was writing JSA when Alex Ross was doing the covers?
That was Jeff Johns too, I believe.
Was it Jeff Johns? It was Jeff Johns, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let me know if I'm wrong, guys. I didn't really fall in love with Alan Scott till that time period, which is when I fell in love with JSA and the Golden Age, characters. I didn't read a lot of Alan Scott. I think for the most part, Alan Scott was always kind of like the Green Lantern that didn't fit with with what we know as Green Lanterns. Even though he was the original, he never had a ring. It wasn't about.
It just didn't do what.
Well, originally he didn't have it was the lantern that got turned into the and he didn't have. It wasn't like the space police opera. It wasn't like based on willpower and the fear. It was a totally different thing.
He was retired. He had a wife. He had a kid.
Yep. His kids were his kids were great. Were other two great characters. Yeah. Jade and Obsidian, right? Was it Obsidian? Which were great characters in that JSA run too.
And that's where and I understand Josh we're talking about the new one and not the old one. I don't know if you read the old one, but when they just said, oh, by the way, Earth 2, they have an Alan Scott too, but he's gay.
Yeah.
That just flies in the face of everything that they had built this character on 60 years at that time, I think. 60 years of that character's development, and he's got a wife, he's got a kid, he's a loving father, he's a hero.
Well,
and
I don't mind.
We don't like that, so we're just gonna. Can't change. We can't.
His kid was gay.
Yes. Yeah.
They can be gay. They're kids.
Yeah.
I thought you said kids couldn't be gay.
Well, their kid was older.
I think that.
You know what though? I'll mention this though. You know how you do it right?
Apollo and Midnighter.
Wicked
Young
is
Avengers,
gay.
yes.
Hulkling is gay.
I don't have a problem with people being gay.
From scratch. They
I have a problem with the storyline changing immensely. Or I don't have a problem with people being gay, and I think I guess that's what I get at all the time is when I say politics, Josh, is I've had a lot of people kind of insinuate that I might be homophobic in this world.
I don't know. Trust me, I know where that's coming from.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, in true reality, people don't know if I'm gay, right? I don't talk about my love life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't know if I'm gay. You don't know if I'm straight. People don't know my politics. They might think they know my politics, but I don't know theirs. Like, so I think that's maybe what I meant by that. But me, man, if I said something, that I apologize, and I love the conversation. That's why we do it this way, and I will never ever shy away from that. So I appreciate the honesty and stuff. Let's let our boy, our number one drama alert lead singer, lead us out. Huh? Let's do it.
Can you hear me out there? Hey, man, don't be squirting water at me. I'm gonna fuck your girlfriend, pal.
Right.
One thing I do want to say real quick, there was a comment that went by in chat, and I want to flag this comment in specific because this is what bothers me about the narrative that's said about a lot of things. Alan Scott always had a woman. No, the story Sheridan wrote focuses on his sexuality and not focusing on a good story.
Yeah.
Based on what? What is your assumption that it's not a good story because it's focusing on his sexuality?
Yeah.
So let's talk.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I just want to say I've read all 4 issues of that series. I don't know if that person has, and to me, it's a fucking killer book.
So strip it down at its minimum. Whether you care, don't care, believe, angry, upset, whatever, it doesn't matter. Alan Scott is gay, accept that reality. So the crux of Green Lantern. Let's go straight back to the anthem and to the oath. In brightest day and darkest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light.
That's not Alan's. That's not Alan's quote.
Right, but let me finish, Dennis, because this is where I'm going with all of this. Though I realize that's not Alan's quote, but that is essentially the ethos of the Green Lantern. It is the mantra. It is the foundation. How many times do you hear that somebody is evil? Somebody is this or somebody is that because they're gay?
I don't hear that very often anymore.
I hear it all the damn time. I see
What,
it
you
all
hang
the
out in the
damn time.
Westboro Baptist Church?
No,
You hang out at
thankfully.
Muslim rallies?
Hey, listen, I don't doubt it because I get it. We grow up in different areas and different parts of the country. Like it would be like one of us saying that I don't see racism where I live, so it doesn't exist. You know, so I get it. Yeah,
I grew up in the church. I heard it all the time.
Yeah. So, using something like homosexuality, which is largely frowned upon, especially in a lot of areas, to drive something is essentially sending the message of these people are viewed as evil, and he's viewed himself as evil because of the way that he was treated. Because you have to remember, these Alan Scott stories right now where we are, the story is still based in the 50s and the 60s, when all of those things were a very prevalent thing. That's well stated. That whole AIDS phenomenon and blaming it on gay people and everything else. We all know that that's reality. All these things have happened. So
that was the 80s.
Right.
It was the 50s too.
They
didn't know about AIDS in the 50s.
70s that led into the 80s. It didn't just magically.
AIDS in the 50s.
They didn't know
not
about
the
AIDS
50s,
then,
but I'm talking
yeah.
about hating.
The ideology.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's been around forever.
Making
man.
assumptions
Hate's been around
because of
since it was
sexuality.
just 2 people on the earth, right?
Convoluting a bunch of past sins.
And they're brothers.
And we're talking about present day.
Right, but right now, Dennis, that story is still in the 60s.
Yeah, it takes place in the 50s and the 60s.
I understand
Is it
that.
in the
It's not
60s yet? I think
about
it's.
a story that takes place in the 50s and 60s.
Right, but the reason I'm bringing up AIDS is that whole concept was allowed to exist because of an irrational fear and belief that gay people were evil. That's what allowed that lie to spread.
Have you ever watched a movie called And the Band Plays On?
I have not.
You should. I highly recommend, because I think you're very ignorant about what the AIDS struggle was. I really urge you to watch a movie called And the Band Plays On. It is the best movie about the AIDS epidemic. It stars everyone that was ever in Hollywood, and it thoroughly covers everything you're talking about. And none of the people that were on the front lines were saying AIDS was spread because people. Now, there were lunatic religious people who we all knew were lunatics, as well as, let me mention, cultures as of right now who still have a problem with homosexuality. The black culture in particularly, who still in black churches, they say what you're saying.
Most churches, they say what you're saying, it sounds like.
They
so
say that in white churches too. So.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of people who still think that way, but they are so far on the fringe that they are laughed at. The Westboro Baptist Church being the easiest target for that thing. No one, I know tons of conservatives and tons of liberals. No one agrees with the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what the biggest problem that I foresee in the future. For somebody that can't stand politics, this year is gonna be a fucking shit show. That being said, let's move on to FOC selections, brought to you by our boy Lefteros and Cover Price. This is the FOC hits for this week. We'll also jump into our boy Billy at Economics and Comics. Starting off, Batman 143, Joker Year 1 Part 2. This is the Comic Holy cover with Stefano Nessi and Andrea Sorrentino. Chip Zdarsky stories. Anybody reading Batman right now? I'm not reading Batman.
Not Batman, but a different Batman series.
It says, it looks like the first part of Joker Year 1 may have already sold out at distribution. This is the actual canon origin of the Joker, and yet it may be getting overlooked at FOC. That's interesting. Are they saying like this is the? They always say that though. Canons change all the time.
He's had like a million origin stories.
Yeah. They never got back to the whole Jeff Johns 3 Jokers thing, right? They never actually fleshed that out.
Mm-hmm.
So. And because Jeff Johns is freaking making his own little empire over there at Ghost Machine.
Good books, too.
Yeah, fucking A. I love the Gary Frank, Jeff Johns partnership. Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees, #1, the third print. So a new cover, which is very creepy. It's like a little dollhouse that the killer is recreating his murder scenes.
So that's what that is. I was trying. You know what? It makes sense now. I never saw his arm with his hand reaching out like that before. So now I get it.
Yeah, something that I could see being written. So, man, this. So the big talk. Whenever me and Dino got to hang out. He's out in Phoenix this week, so we hung out all day yesterday.
You go see Dino when he's in town, but you don't see me.
Hey, man, get off my lawn. So we went to a bunch of comic shops, and the overwhelming thing in the comic shops was talked about was there is a feeling like there could be some positivity about writing and seeing good stories in comics again. This was one of the ones that was brought up. This, surprisingly, The Sickness, and obviously Ultimate Spider-Man, and a couple other books, Shazam and World's Finest.
And, I don't know if you saw my post, but I went to go see The Beekeeper last week with my kids. That's a return to old school action movies that I haven't seen in the theaters in a long time. And there was not, there's kind of a intrigue to it, and I'm not going to give the movie away, but I haven't seen a movie like that in a while.
Yeah.
Better than John Wick?
No, but it's a different kind of, it's as good as Jason Statham can do John Wick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like Jason Statham.
Yeah, no, I do too, but I don't ever expect him to be as cool as fucking Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
So it's as cool as Jason Statham could do a John Wick movie with the budget they had, because there's one scene where he blows up a building, and that's in the trailer, and then he goes to the next place, he's going to blow that up, and he goes, I'm going to give the fire department the night off. And I literally am like thinking to myself, oh, you didn't have a budget to blow up 2 buildings. Got it.
The other series that was talked about heavily as being just amazing in all these shops was the Energon Universe stuff with Skybound. And our next book on the FOC Lefteros list is the Energon Universe Free Comic Book Day Special, which has 3 all-new stories from the Energon Universe. And, man, Cobra Commander, Transformers.
I watched your show last night, and you were talking about it. And this, to me, is so simple. I know Robert. I've met Robert. I've talked to him. I know Sean. You know as well as I do, those 2 guys have loved G.I. Joe their entire lives. They've loved Transformers their entire lives. When they get to play with all the cool fucking toys, they get Transformers and G.I. Joe and say, how do we make this one universe again? How do we have fun with this thing? And let's tell all the stories. This is why comics are great. When you allow people who understand the source material to play with the toys.
You know what's going to be very interesting? To see Jason Aaron do Turtles. That's going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
And here's the great decision they made.
And hopefully it's better than Seth Rogen playing with Turtles.
They decided to,
the Turtles?
He did the movie, right?
Yeah, you didn't like that movie?
They decided to not restart the continuity, but to what are they calling it? It's not a reboot. It's a
Yeah, it's not a reboot. I forget what they.
So they're
called
keeping
it.
all the continuity, which is important to comic book people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, might not be important to everything, but to comic people, that's always been an important thing.
But that's why Kirkman did a Larry Hamaverse.
Yes, fucking
and
A.
a Kirkman verse.
And you know what?
That's the way you do it. And that's, I'll tell you what, and I'm not trying to bring it back around to the drama.
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of us were saying when Ethan was coming up. I'm like, I can sell the fuck out of a Chuck Dixon Punisher book. Oh, but you don't like Chuck enough to let him do a Punisher book. Okay, then he's going to go do a fucking book over here, and you're going to have to go buy it from Kickstarter. Because you're not going to hire Chuck Dixon to do a Punisher book when you've had this many failed Punisher projects. And I'm just saying, this goes around with let the people who understand the toy play with the toy and see how it goes.
Yeah. All right. So the 3 all new stories in here, and we'll see how it plays out. A free comic book day book that Stein is going to love. Incredible Hulk number 9. First appearance of Frozen Charlotte, and the first appearance of a supernatural detective, which is cool. I like that. I like that they're introducing, these new characters into this like mythos that Philip Kennedy Johnson is doing, and Nick Klein is killing it on this. And by the way, I did want to say this. I just remembered it. That Larry Hama G.I. Joe verse. Holy shit, is the art good in there? It's really good, man. Moving on. All right. Infernals number 1 from Image, described as an epic tale about family, power, legacy, and the end of the world. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty good. Look like demons.
Good book right here.
Yeah.
If you haven't checked out the Titan Robotech book, fucking phenomenal.
Yeah. It says here, the overall concept of the series looks promising. Would be no surprise to see this gain momentum. And then we've got Rebel Moon, House of the Blood Axe. Yeah, I'm not I didn't see the Rebel Moon movie. I didn't check out any new comics. So you guys tell me how it goes, but this is the second printing of issue number 1. So
the movie is not particularly great.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
We agreed on something tonight, Big C.
Sinister Sons number 1, cover A. Instead of John Kent and Damian Wayne, we've got young Sinestro and who's the other person? Zod's son, looks like.
Yeah.
So, just evil version of the Super Sons. By the way, that Zod series I heard is really fucking good too.
Yeah.
So. Ultimate Spider-Man number 2, of course. This is going to be huge. Hopefully, it plays out well in the interior. First full in-story appearance of Earth 6160 Spider-Man and Green Goblin and the Shocker. So,
and can I just compliment you tonight, Brian?
of course.
You always mispronounce names, and I always throw the pronunciations of the guys I know, and I've heard their names. You caught my Kaketo, and you've been using it ever since. Congratulations.
Yeah. I don't want. That's the one thing that I don't want to do, is I want to know what people's names are pronounced. I don't want to mess up their names. I hate.
My failure was your success now, because I walked up to him and I called him Marco Cicchetto, and he literally in front of my daughter corrects me. He goes, no, Cicchetto. It's Kaketo. Kaketo. And I'm just like, you don't forget it when the guy you love and adore, and you've got a stack of books to sign, and you buy his original art, tells you you've been mispronouncing his fucking name for like 3 or 4 years at this point.
Yeah, Bill Sienkiewicz made it part of his logo that says how to say his name. So, oh my God, man. Yeah. And that is Lefteros and Cover Price's list. You can always go check out Cover Price for more, and go check out Black Crown Comics. Our boy at Black Crown Comics does a great little extra stuff about his boy Lefteros' list. If you're not subbed up to Black Crown Comics, I suggest you do. Great content. So, all right, let's go check out. We'll finalize our FOC stuff by looking in on our boy Billy at Economic and Comics list. Let's see what we got here. Transformers number 5 is coming out. That's a great cover. Did you guys see this? It's what's his name standing over Megatron's gun piece. And now he realizes that Megatron is out there. That's
Oh, is
fucking
that
dope.
Prime?
Yeah. And Transformers getting a new artist. Daniel Warren Johnson isn't going to do the art anymore. It's who's doing the art? I forget. Chat will let me know. But new person's going to be doing art. Of course, he's going to continue writing it. But Spider-Boy, Ethan Young Marvel 97 variant. That cover just grabs me for some reason. I don't know why. Ooh, that's fucking gnarly. I don't know. I don't think that's good, but it is striking. That's for sure.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's
creepy. It's creepy. That's what it is.
Like, I'm trying to figure out if that's a doll or if that's actually supposed to be the Joker.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when you get those Sonic the Hedgehog ice creams that get smashed.
Yeah. All right, here we go. What is this? Where did I just lose my page? Where did my page go? There we go. Let's go here. Close tab. There we go.
There it is.
Marvel Superhero Secret Wars Battle World number 4. That's an interesting cover. Look, holy cow.
Can somebody answer? Because I'm currently not reading new comics. Because A, don't have time, and B, I don't jump on.
I don't blame you.
But is this from the first Secret Wars, and these are just more expanded stories of the other Secret Wars, or is this a new Secret War? I don't even know what we've got going right now.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not reading this.
I think it's a continuation of Battle World.
But
just grabbed more
I'm not
characters.
reading this either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spider-Boy number 4. That's an interesting cover. I like how they make Spider-Boy look creepy when that happens. I don't know what causes that, but that's one good thing about Spider-Boy. I think there is his face and his head and the way his mouth and eyes are is creepy as hell.
I believe the answer is fentanyl.
Gods number 5. That's a cool cover. Displaced number 1. Somebody told me about this too, I think. Wolverine 41 Linnell U second printing variant. Ultimate Spider Elizabeth Torque for Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah, so this cover's getting a lot of word of mouth because of the
Torque's a great artist.
Yeah. And just the phrasing on it.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're here on this book, can I ask you guys, what are your guys' hopes?
I just hope it's a really good
series.
I hope it's a really good story that brings in the kids more, and keeps Mary Jane and Spider-Man together. I don't want to see the same old tropes.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna say. So, like, when he becomes Spider-Man, if they end up getting divorced or she ends up dying, then everyone's gonna hate this book.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I had a long talk with Joe Quesada back after he did One More Day and all that shit, and it was a bar talk, so we were both drunk, and my customer base at that time was all having kids. I just had my kids within 5 years of that. I want to say it was 2009, 2010, somewhere in there. And I'm like, you understand? I was selling Spider-Man because Peter was having a relationship with Mary Jane. We were looking forward to that moment in time when they would have a kid, like all of the old Spider-Man fans were having at that time. This was the natural evolution. Mm-hmm. And then guess what? The books tank, the book goes south, and then ding, somebody at Marvel was like, hey, what if we have all these alternate universes? What if we have a universe where Peter and Mary Jane had a kid and Renew Your Vows? And guess what? Mm-hmm. It was one of the breakout fucking hits of all that entire reboot.
Yeah.
And so much love for it. And guess who was buying it? All of the old fans who had left because it was going in a different direction, and they had gone in a different direction of they wanted to see a family story because they were living a family life. And now Marvel, lightning in a bottle twice, has figured out we have a customer base that has kids now that want to read a Spider-Man story where he's dealing with family, he's dealing with his children, he's dealing with these other issues.
Look
and I
at
just
that.
think that's why this is resonating finally.
I hope
Jesus.
that you're right, because I have a feeling that it might not end up the way that some people think it's going.
Well, and the backlash against Mary Jane going to alternate universe and having kids with some random dude, and that backlashed hard.
Yeah.
Enough that even Marvel, if they're going in the woke direction, and I know we're not trying to get on that topic, but if they were going in that, the course correction was hard if this is where they're going now.
This is a foil cover.
I wish it wasn't a foil
I know.
cover.
I'm sure there's a non-foil version of it. It's dynamite.
beautiful.
There's probably a non-foil,
Yeah,
a virgin,
black and white.
Yeah. Let's be real for a minute here.
Ultraviolet.
Look at
I want to
that.
get that cover though.
That Mayhew?
No, that's Cohen. That's Carla Cohen.
Oh, wow.
I like that. I think.
His face is a little skinny.
Face
Yeah,
is a
face is
little
a little
off.
off.
Yeah. What is this?
Oh, sweetie candy.
Another Dynamite book. Dynamite's killing it, man. Their IPs that they're amassing are just nuts. That's kind of weird. We got a butt rock Spider Punk.
That's what's his name?
What
Eddie
is
from,
that?
That's like Eddie from Stranger Things mixed with Spider Boy.
That looks like something you'd walk into an affliction store and buy. Oh, fuck.
Looks
Ed
like-
Hardy.
Yeah, what the fuck? That was one of the funny things. Real quick, just to get back to Ethan. Ethan was doing one of his little EFAPs where he was talking shit about a person's video, and he was making fun. And he was calling somebody, making fun of them, and he was calling them a homosexual, like not in the gay word, but using it as a term. And he's wearing a fucking a Von Dutch hat, and I'm thinking to myself, who are you? Fucking look at that fucking hat that you're wearing, dude.
Dutch
You watch his chat busts his balls almost
What are
as
you
much as he
wearing?
busts other people's balls.
Yeah, look at that fucking hat. What are you doing? You talking
It
shit
reminds
about
me of
somebody else?
that
Hat.
line, in Shallow Hal, where she's like, "Is that a members only jacket? Are you the last member?"
Yeah. Jesus.
Okay, go back one. There was like a really kick-ass cover. That one right there, the Predator.
Oh, the Predator.
Medina.
Yeah,
That's pretty sweet.
it's okay.
So BK,
I just hate this.
My answer to your question is it's actually such a teeny tiny narrow market that truly are quote liberal books. I'm throwing quotes on it because I think that's just shenanigans anyway.
Yeah.
And they aren't series that aren't going to push the needle anyway. If you look at their sales compared against the last iterations, like that Green Lantern, for example, it's doing the same numbers, if not a little bit better than other Green Lantern series. It's not that books aren't selling. People want you to believe that they're not selling.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Next,
Read the books. Who knows? You might end up liking them.
Transformers number 5. This is the Stokey variant. Is that how you say it? Stoke variant?
One of the things, I made a really awesome video back in 2015 about female Thor. And when you look at Jason Aaron's God of Thunder run, issue 20 didn't sell shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when
that
made
original
Female
one.
Thor,
You know when that came out? When did that come out? When did that female Thor, Jason Aaron, come out?
like 2012, 2013.
Yeah, 2012, 2013, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, the thing is female Thor consistently sold for at least 2 years at double what God of Thunder was doing with the same writer.
And so many people were mad that Thor.
There were a lot of people who were mad, but guess what? There were new people that took their place. But immediately you had Unworthy Thor show up. And so if you didn't like female Thor, there was a Thor for you to like.
My biggest problem was that we had a comic world without Thor for so long, and we just cut him back, and then they take him away. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that was the thing that I was like, what?
What is that Batman 143 cover?
Yeah.
Alan Quah. This one?
No, one more. No, the next one. That one.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, the sweater weather covers.
Yeah, ski chalet bullshit.
Yeah.
Stupid. It's
So
dumb.
Three Rivers, what is Marvel's actual audience? Since you seem to think that you're the expert on it, what is their actual audience then? Because I think if you look at the numbers, Marvel doesn't really necessarily
I'll tell you what
have
their
an
actual audience is. 100 million people who went to go see most of the Marvel movies before Endgame ended.
Yeah.
And the less people who went to go see the Marvels.
And how many of those people were actual like comic heads?
Well, that's the point. that's my entire doctoral thesis. About 1 in 1,000 touched source material. We have an entire industry of 2,000.
Oh wait, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that's hot.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Look how good that looks.
That one
Damn.
too. Yeah.
Jesus.
I like the lighting on it.
Yeah.
So we have 2,000 comic book stores trying to sell to the 1 in 1,000 people that see the product and want to touch the source material, and we're losing those numbers constantly.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's a challenge. It's just it still kills me though. It's people constantly want to sell the narrative that they need to market to their audience. Spoiler alert: their audience by and large isn't the people that were reading the books in the 80s, and I realize you may be attached to like this character.
I have a comic book store that proves both of you wrong.
Well,
I sell 80s and 90s comics, and people love them.
I'm sure.
Because they're simpler. They're easy. Batman is Batman, and he's probably still straight. He
was never gay, I don't think.
But if the other 1,999 stores sold those same books,
they do. They throw them in the back of their store in a dollar box and pretend they don't exist.
That Lyrics Lee.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
The first cover I don't like by Lyrics.
I'm gonna catch heat. I'm not a fan of this art style anymore. It's it's everybody wants to look like Art Germ or they come from his school, and it's just.
I'm so over Art Germ.
Yeah. So.
I've been over Art Germ for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something
but again, another Dynamite book. Blade Runner. Alice Cooper.
So Three Rivers, 35 to 60-year-old men. A couple weeks ago, I pulled up the stats. Let me pull them up again, because I believe the stats show that number is actually not correct. Let me see.
Dungeons and Dragons Saturday Morning Adventures. I like these Saturday morning adventures that they're doing.
Yeah. The TMNT Saturday Morning Adventure ones were super cool.
Yeah.
Can you pop up that Godzilla cover or both of those? Maybe.
Yeah, hell yeah. I can't tell.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Some type of monster. This will be the first Godzilla in a couple months that hasn't had just an amazing variant.
Oh yeah. Oh.
That's remember the baby Godzilla?
Yeah.
How bad that was?
Yeah.
So the problem is you have to count manga because manga are comics.
Yeah, but the problem is manga aren't American comics. You know what I mean?
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We're in a global landscape now.
I don't think
I don't have any foreigners coming in and buying my comic books. I have young kids that come in and buy my manga. And
that was a joke. I'm not being serious about that. Yeah, that was. I'm not saying like. That's
no,
a
I know,
problem.
but there are some people that want to try to delineate those things, and you can't.
Yeah, there are
anymore.
people that feel that way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can't anymore.
Do you think that
comics?
Dennis, do you think that there's more comic stores out there that refuse to sell manga than do?
That's a good question. And I think the ones that do sell manga don't dive into it in the same way they would.
They dive into.
The same way they would carry half the books you just looked at tonight.
Yeah.
They wouldn't carry those.
Compared to other parts of the world with comic shops around the world, I would say that
comic shops
over here carry
outside
less.
The United States represent less than 10% of all comic book shops in the world.
Dan Moore's badass.
Mostly manga.
90% of the comic book stores. But
look at that.
If you then add manga to it, it flips because Japan has probably 20 times the manga shops that they do with comic book
All
shops.
countries do. I mean, even comic book shops in
Yeah.
other countries
Well,
are
and
mostly
see,
manga
here,
now.
That's kind of arrogant though, because you're International Comics, and there's French stores that don't carry anything that we're looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
They carry albums, they carry different sized books. So they might be a comic book shop in what you're naming them, but they are in no way, shape, or form a store that carries American comics.
Three Rivers, no, I'm stating that fact because that's how aggregate statistics work. I can actually use your exact comment and say the same thing. So aggregate statistics don't delineate specifically between US-born comics and graphic novels and comics. So here's a fun fact, by the way. I know we're just scrolling through books. So a lot of people don't realize that the biggest area of comic... Yeah, it's not very good.
Steve Beach.
I don't even know who that is.
So a lot of people don't realize the biggest market sales right now in comics in general are graphic novels. It's not single issue floppies.
Yes, but you're including Captain Underpants in those, and you can't, and Dogman and Captain Underpants.
Yeah, well, and you have to pull those out, but even if you pull those out, and it's specifically the manga's what's pulling it, but if you compare single issue floppies versus US graphic novels in terms of market pricing, and again, it gets wonky because $20 versus $4 or $5, whatever.
Yeah, for every 10 comics, your one trade paperback eliminates that.
Do you guys have any pickups, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah? Let's get to it. Let's go through some pickups.
All right. I gotta grab some stuff.
All right. I got some pickups. All right. I want to remind everybody, we are 4 hours in tonight and still not done. Holy cow. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up. That is really going to help us. And if you're not subscribed, we are this close to hitting that 2,000 subscriber mark. We've been doing this, I think, a little less than 2 years, maybe a little less than 2 years. And you guys have really supported this channel in a big way, and I can't say thank you enough to you guys. So if you're not subscribed and you're new, I hope you're enjoying the content.
It's come a long way, Brian.
Fucking
I remember 2 years ago, Modern Comics Mayhem was a free-for-all. I mean, no structure whatsoever. It was fun. We're all drunk and we all had a good time, but there was no structure to it. And I think you guys you're average 130 through this entire show.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes you would hit 50 or 60 at some of the low points.
If we were lucky, yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah. All right. I've got some cool pickups. I picked up if you guys know me, I'm a big, huge fan of Star Wars Infinities, and the comic pack toy for that is my favorite series, or my favorite issue of that series. It kind of spotlights in that comic pack. And they ended up putting out I think a 6-inch figure of this. Dennis, you might know. You might have seen it in your shop at Binky's if you know. But I picked one of these up. I bought this when it first came out, and I opened it immediately because of this. Though, if you guys don't know, this issue of Star Wars Infinities takes place right after Luke kills the Emperor, and when Vader's dying, Luke is able to save him, and he takes him back, and Vader changes back to the Force, and the issue ends him walking out a door, and instead of all black Vader, it's all white. And it was such a cool issue, because to me that was always such a big part. Like, I wanted to see Vader be redeemed. Vader is my favorite part of Star Wars. It's always been. And I always thought it would be cool to see Vader be redeemed, or at least Anakin in a cool way.
It doesn't address the issue that literally Space Hitler has no redemption.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that we've had a few examples in the last 7 years where no matter what you do, you're never going to be redeemed for the perception of your evilness.
Yeah. Well, so they put this out as a 2-pack back in the day, and if you guys know these Star Wars 2-packs, a lot of them are worth a ton of money.
I don't think that the white Vader that they made is a representation of this Vader. I think it was just a holiday Vader.
Didn't they do a 6-inch one though that is a representation of
the
this?
Star Wars Black Series, but I don't think it's the Infinities Vader. I think it's supposed to be the holiday Vader, all in white, and then he has a red lightsaber, and like I think they gave him some green accessories.
So I don't have an unopened one, so I bought it. It was like $35, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll pay that for it." That's something cool. I think going forward, my collecting is just going to be stuff that I enjoy and that I love and that type of thing. And I was like, "Yeah, man, that's a cool thing to have." So I picked that up, and then I got some comics, some comic books. I have some killer stuff here. All right. Starts off with... Let me get one of these tags off here so you can actually see the book. Oh, never mind. So, Amazing Heroes, number 21. Let's take a look at it. I'll even pull this out. So, you guys know I love Creator Firsts. Amazing Heroes number 21 has a Steve Englehart Coyote cover. Shout out to Steve Englehart. If you know, you know. Here's the cover. And in the interior is the first Bruce Timm published art, I believe, in the pinup section. Yeah. So let's go find it here. I think it's in the back. Because the good thing about Amazing Heroes is they have a letters section. And in that letters section, they would put drawings, too. And it's got a Dave Stevens one, but obviously that's not new. By the way, Bruce Timm started on... He-Man Comics. That's his first comic. Let's see if I can find this in here.
It amazes me, much like when I, hoard Dave Stevens, and then everybody's like, "Oh my God, do you have any Dave Stevens?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why don't you?"
Yeah.
There's just so many of these creators. It's like,
Wow, look
long
how
did
good
it take
this-
you to understand Bruce Timm is amazing. Oh,
Look
wow.
at that dark
Oh,
side.
that's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Holy cow, man.
It just amazes me when people discover creators that most of us knew about years ago.
Yeah. Well, that's the good thing about comics, man. Speaking of Dave Stevens, how about that? The good thing about
Alien
comics
World.
is, that you get to pass on that cool information, I got to figure out where that Bruce Timm pinup is in there. But supposedly it's in there. I got to look. All right. I love seeing that logo. The old school slave labor graphics logo. Bill the Clown.
Who did it?
Badass.
Doesn't say. Let's take a look. Opening up my second book in a row. Cover by... Created and illustrated by Troy Nixley. And it doesn't say cover, so maybe he did the cover too. Yeah, Troy Nixley, it looks like.
And that's
Yeah.
amazing too, because that is an amazing cover, and you're just like, why didn't somebody Image grab him up and put them under heel?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that happens a lot, man. That happens a lot. Okay. Now this is a fucking killer find. This is a book that we talked about. Stein wanted to come up with a segment at the beginning of the Hot 10 that is still easy content, but it gives us a chance to for people to come in and we don't have to sit there and have stupid small talk. So he came up with that blows and whoa, covers or comics of the week. And this was one of the first covers that he put on there, this Slow Death number 2.
Oh yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's a last gasp, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. There it goes. Yeah.
So good, man.
I just
It's
bought
what's that gold?
another 3 short boxes of Underground Comics.
Yeah.
There's a gold. That's got to be homage. There's a Golden Age book that I can't think of the title that has a like deteriorating skeleton. Guy
Oh yeah.
And Josh, you'll back me up on this. I think when they were talking last night about like who comes up with these 1950s arts, I'd love to go back and talk to them about it. It's like, well, they got it all from 1930s pulps because those guys were doing some of the craziest fucking shit you ever saw.
And some of the early books from the 40s are homages from pulp covers.
Yes, and you're sitting there and you're just like, we haven't even scratched the surface of all those amazing pulp covers when we're dissecting the Golden Age era right now, you know?
All right, this is cool. This is you guys fans of is it Stephen Bissett? I believe it's Stephen Bissett, right? Are you guys Bissett fans?
I don't hate him.
Yeah, he's a dope artist. I've always been a fan of him. He's got this weird creepy look to it. Well,
Three
how about
Rivers,
this?
I am. Yes. That's a pulp question.
SR Bissett, Spider Baby Comics. You ready for this?
Oh God.
You got the Alien, Earth Invasion.
Classic EC layout.
Yeah.
You've got
EC homage.
That, which is Scarabs, something.
I
like
believe Bissett did a card series of all of Bissett's stuff. Oh yeah.
The Telltale Fart.
God. Jesus.
And it said somebody farting in somebody's face. And
I love decapitated head covers.
A decapitated head cover. Fucking A.
Yeah.
What year is that?
I'm
gonna guess
896.
Yeah, okay, that's right around where they were.
Yeah.
They got edgy around then, man. They gave them a lot of latitude. That was kind of what you were talking about, Brian. Is there was that point in the '90s when comic books were so prevalent and everyone could do it for the first time in a long time. You know, since the Undergrounds, it was like anybody could do anything in the mid '90s because there was so much going around. There was 10,000 comic book stores. The industry was insane right before the crash.
Who did the interior art?
Bissett, I think.
Oh, it's all okay.
Let's see here. I think so. Could be wrong. And the biggest pickup. I'm so stoked I got this. This is so gorgeous.
Is that your signed Nightcry?
Yeah, my signed Night Ride.
Nightcry?
Nightcry.
Did you look that up? I think that is Joseph Michael Linsner's old SIG.
I think so too, because it's a JM.
Yeah. And then that L is how you would cursivize an L.
Yep.
I think that's Joseph Linsner signing his old SIG early on, back like 95 when that book came out, 98, 95, whenever it came out.
All right, you guys ready for this?
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So
it's chromium. Her eyes
Yeah.
change in the color. It's the
Oh, yeah, I
old
see
school
it.
chromium.
Is that one of the convention issues?
It is, dude, it's so gorgeous, man. Fathom 9. It says here, it's a hollow variant. Remember when they do those hollow?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
See, now I would like to see covers done like a foil done like that, because the foil they do nowadays is so dull.
You know what sucks about that? The only thing that sucks about that, Brian, is you have to get that slab to be able to see both covers and have it protected.
You're right. Or get clear backing boards.
I was working with a company years ago to make a bag and a board size where you would have to do it, and then you could put the board in between the comic and then bag it so that you had a front and back.
Yeah.
But we could never. The gap was too much, and I didn't like the way it would roll around in the.
Yeah. All right, who's next? Josh, you up?
Dennis, do you have pickups or no?
I'm at my house. I don't bring comics.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll go. All right, so let's get busy. Speaking of pulps, I picked up this spider pulp.
Ooh.
I believe this was from 1939. I love this cover. The reason I bought this is because in Mystic Comics issue 1, it was an Alex Schomburg cover, and it was an homage to this pulp cover. So
did Spider have a Golden Age comic book?
Not that I know of.
Okay, yeah,
No.
there were some of those pulp guys that got a life into the early.
Yeah, like
Golden
Shadow.
Age. Yeah.
So I picked up that. For all the manga haters out there, I picked up some manga. This is the last issue of Attack on Titan, so I picked that up. I picked up another one of these Spider-Mans from Japan with the gold
Torment?
foil. Yeah, with the obi, because it looks dope. I picked up this manga. This is the 3rd cameo appearance of All for One for
I make
Hero.
so much money selling old Shonen Jumps, and it doesn't
Bro.
matter what issue. It's just people. So there's a man cave. You look at your setup here, Josh, and everybody has their man cave or their backdrop or whatever, and it kind of defines them. People just want to have a Shonen Jump, a cheap Shonen Jump with one piece on it. You know, or it's just it's amazing how, and like Bryan said, how many don't carry manga? I don't know, but they all have access to Shonen Jump magazines that come in collections, and they pass on them.
You can buy these online for dirt cheap. I'm
I
just
know.
saying. Anyone?
And I tell everybody, I make videos. Guys, you're fighting the fight the wrong direction. Go with the river.
Yep. So this is the actual first appearance of All for One for My
Josh,
Hero
I'm reading that
Academia.
one backwards.
Yeah. So we got that. I picked this one up. This is an older one. This is from '91. I think this is I want to say this was the first. Yeah. So this is the first appearance of Final
That's
Form
cool.
Frieza from Dragon Ball Z.
That's sick.
I picked up this one, which I forget what was in it.
Josh, have you been to Japan?
No, I'm definitely going though, because I will
The
die.
funniest thing when you go to Japan, and I'm sure it's that way still, I haven't been there in over 10 years, but the daily mangas that people buy over there, the weeklies, people just throw them in the garbage.
Oh, yeah.
Every
Yeah.
garbage can in every train station you go to in Japan has a black and white torn up manga that was shoved in somebody's back pocket and thrown in the can after they got off the train.
Yeah, no one that lives so I'm in a manga Discord with a bunch of manga collectors.
Okay.
And there's some guys that live in Japan, and they simply say like they just have no space.
Yeah.
Like once they reach a certain amount of these, that's it. And that's
Yeah.
all they can have.
It's
So
like
most
people who collect comics in New York City.
they read these,
Yeah.
and the majority of the people throw them out. So I'm gonna just keep buying manga because that's what I love and I grew up with, and that's
Well, and
what
then,
all the
you know,
younger
and
kids love.
it's not a positive, but the tsunami wiped out a lot of huge collections over there. I know a couple. Is that the scene?
So here's your little. You can put this on your comic book first, Bryan. So everyone thought Takashi Okazaki's first comic book was the Werewolf by Night #1, 1 in 50 from 2020. Well, it's actually inside of this Blade Trinity Deluxe Edition CD booklet, and it is a full Blade comic book that was done by Takashi Okazaki.
Which some of you would know if you also own a record store.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So if you want, as far as I know, because this is from 2004, so it's way before that cover in 2020. So if you want to pick up possibly Takashi Okazaki's first comic book, you got to get the Blade Trinity Deluxe Edition CD.
And it's
2004.
probably also first appearance of Ryan Reynolds. But seriously,
Yeah,
the CD would be produced way before the material would come out.
Yeah.
And so that's probably the first time Ryan Reynolds' image appears on a Marvel movie, too.
True. I can't remember if I showed this off. I picked this up. Confessions of Love 12. It was just a dope LB Cole cover. Big LB Cole fan. Let's see. What else do I got here? How much time do I have?
You're rocking, dude.
Let's see. Let's do. Well, I got a CGC pre-screen back, so I haven't gone through it yet.
Well, let's fucking do it.
So I got the I Love Jay Lee, and this was a great Jay Lee Maleficent cover, so I got that.
Another great IP pickup for Dynamite.
And another Comicsgate supporter. Good job.
Jay Lee, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Moon Knight, City of the Dead. I'm not
That's
the
a
biggest
great
fan of
cover.
Scotty Young, except when he does covers that there's more than just one thing going on.
Yeah,
and
that's
this
a
is
great
cover that I
cover.
really, really enjoyed of his. So I actually got.
And for everybody griping, the number 1 Marvel issue sold that month was that Scotty Young cover right there.
So I got a couple of those graded. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I had to grade this. So this is just a sketchbook, and I still have some of these, and I'm totally gonna get this full. But this was the Cocaine Kaiju sketchbook that Antarctic Press did. So I got one of those graded. It came back a 9.8.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And does everybody know that they're re-releasing at the end of this
Yes.
month?
Black
and
Godzilla
white,
-1 minus
Godzilla.
color.
Yeah.
The Virgin of the Jay Lee.
Actually, I do have pickups.
We got the
Ooh, nice. I didn't get any of
Yeah,
those. I missed out on those. That's a good art add-on.
yes, the TMNT.
The
So we got
trade is a billion times better than the Virgin on it too.
this is Journey into Mystery from South Korea. Came back a 9.8. And then that's another one of those Scotty Moon Knights. We got another 9.8 on the Turtles. And then we got, I love this cover, Inyuk Lee. He did a red Sonya that kind of matches that Magic cover that he did. So,
That's nice.
yeah. Picked that up. I guess I did 2 of those. So 9.8s on both of those. And then we got the Virgin Turtles, which
You're
I think
right,
I like the
Binky.
trade best
You're
more.
right.
The trade's a lot better.
Yeah. Cobra Commander, the convention, the foil.
What's that going for at 9.8 right now?
I have no idea. No idea.
I saw that it dipped a little bit since New York, but it's still holding pretty solid.
For more haters out there, My Little Pony.
That's a good book right there. I've
This was
talked
the
about that
first
book a
appearance
lot.
of whatever that pony is.
Great character, has vitiligo, killer character.
And then another Turtles Virgin.
Looks like 9.8s are going for 140 or best offer.
We got the 9.9 AI for Prez.
I still got to get mine to
So-
that. I haven't
Who
had
showed?
mine sent to
Somebody
me.
showed that in the last week. I can't remember who.
Leg.
Leg, yeah.
Leg Presties, right, Josh?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The Musk versus Zuck. This was the second one that they did. So 9.8
Yeah, the
on
Superman
that one.
variant, Superman color variant.
And then another Cobra Commander foil, 9.8. And then we got another 9.8 Musk versus Zuck. And then we got a 9.8 on the AI for Prez. Oh man, this whole stack of books is like
Leaning Tower of
starting
books.
to lean, yeah. And then we got another 9.9.
Nice.
So this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't understand 9.9 pre-screen, because you can get 9.9s and 10s
Exactly.
on a 9.8 pre-screen.
Exactly. Yep.
And that's all I got.
All right, here real quick. Here's the first Bruce Timm and it's actually really good.
Oh wow!
Wow, what year is that from?
Very cartoony.
83, I think.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
He does all the characters there.
It's
I like
kind
that.
of like Fred Himbecky and like What the from like late 80s.
Yeah. This is, when did this come out? 83, yep.
Yep.
That's dope.
I'll do my pickups, but my pickups, I've been buying stuff because I've been so deep in the physical media, and now that I've opened the store, I'm really waking up to a lot of concepts that I've been preaching about for years. And I watched a video that said, first video I watched was Barnes & Nobles is doing 50% off all their Arrow videos right now. And if you don't realize, Arrow Video is doing kind of the, it's kind of like Dwelling and Gold Key. They're doing the stuff that the regular industry isn't doing, and they're doing it on a bigger, more expensive scale, but it's a more niche market, so you sell less, but you sell it for more money. And, you know, these DVD collections or these Blu-ray collections are like $50, usually $40. So I went to Barnes & Nobles and I grabbed a bunch of the 50% off Blu-rays. Then I went over to Best Buy because they're getting rid of all their physical media, and they're doing clearance sales on a lot of the Blu-rays that I wanted to grab, and
Nice.
steelbooks and that kind of stuff. So first up is Mallrats.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is the Mallrats HDR, high definition range, 4K Ultra HD by Arrow, if you can see it down there. So look for that logo because they make the...
What was that company that used to do all the cool, it starts with a C,
You're talking about the Bay?
No,
Are
there
you
used to
talking
be a
about-
company that used to do all these really cool versions of movies and like have cool like extra stuff, and they came in these cool things.
Oh, Criterion. You're thinking of
Criterion, yeah. Yeah.
They're still out there. They still make a lot of stuff. But these guys have picked up kind of the niche market, whereas Criterion goes for the hoity-toity stuff.
Yeah.
But this literally has, I mean, you look at the, disc 2 is the extended cut. There's interviews, there's story, you know, there's behind the scenes, stuff that you don't get even on the old Laserdisc, you know, editions. Then I had to pick this up because this is one of those forgotten movies, Stripes, Steelbook.
I've never even heard of that.
You've never heard of Stripes?
When did that come out?
Bill Murray, bro.
1980s.
You don't remember
Bill
the
Murray
famous
and
scene
Harold
from
Ramis.
Stripes? I got to play it if you've never seen it.
This was originally a John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd go to the army script that they then converted after he, yeah, there you go. Boom chakalaka, boom chakalaka.
This is dude. This is classic cinema or classic comedy from the '80s right here, or '70s, whenever this came out.
Okay, you know what? I have seen this. I just
Yeah.
didn't recognize the name.
We'll get the copyright strike. I don't give a fuck. We're not monetizing anyways.
Wine women, hold on, hold on.
That's Sean Penn, or Sean Young.
Party guy, bye bye, bye bye. All night, got tight, kept to.
Bryan left first appearances. This is also the first appearance of Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh. 2. A 1, 2. Boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom, shakalaka, boom.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir. Training, sir.
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir. Army training, sir. Just like last night, only better. Head, back shoulder, hold. Order, hold. Side step, right. Who white as a chicken cross the road? Take it from the left to the right. Right. Hit. Hit. Hut. He stepped out of ring, got hit by a team. He ain't no chicken no more. No. Left leg, lift. We there, salute. 3, 5, 7. Razzle dazzle. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Quick, brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Sir.
That's enough of that. That's good shit.
I think I saw that movie once because for me that movie would have been like Major Pain. That's when I was
dude, I
growing
love
up.
Major Pain, bro.
Yeah.
We watched that movie so many times.
So,
Here, let me know. I got a
Johnny's
beer back.
Classic,
Oh, nice. Weird Science.
Weird
yeah.
Science. Tons of extra
Is that a steel
limited
book?
edition content.
Is that a steel book?
No, it's not a steel book. It's just the HD
Okay.
4K, but all of that is additional content. Exclusive. This is one of my favorite movies of all times because the cast is amazing. It takes place in Detroit. Christian Slater works at a comic book store in Detroit. Gary Oldman, Drexel the Killer Pimp, True Romance. This is the Steelbook compilation, plus it's got a book that comes
Nice.
with it.
Okay.
And the art is just phenomenal on that.
You said these were all 50% off?
Yeah, so this one cost $35 for this
Okay.
big box set. So go to your Barnes
Yeah.
and Nobles.
I
So
might
then
have
I
to
went
stop by
over
there.
to Best Buy, and they had Gary Oldman's Dracula, Francis Ford Coppola's 4K, $10 for this.
I'm surprised they still have that there. I thought they were not selling that shit
Well,
anymore.
they're this is the last month. They're getting rid of all of the
okay.
all of the physical media is gone by the end of this month.
Are they doing a sale over at Best Buy or no?
$10 for the Steelbook Thor: Love and Thunder. Shitty movie, but it's going on my wall with all my other 4Ks, so I had
That
to
was
get
a
it.
terrible movie.
Yeah.
I still hear
Eternals, even worse.
I love
Steelbook,
Eternals.
$10 Steelbook at Best Buy. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. So $10 was literally the max I would pay for any of those three movies. And the Steelbook versions of them.
That's crazy.
I bought The Machine because I never got a chance to see it. It had such a limited release. It was $10.
It's on Netflix?
Yeah, but I can watch it whenever I want now.
I guess.
Oh, I'm going to save that one for last. This one I bought at a DVD shop while we were looking around. How many people know what this is?
Under the Rainbow? Is it the story about I don't know,
Oz?
So it is the Chevy Chase, Carrie Fisher, Billy Barty movie that is a spy thriller set in the backdrop of the hotel where all of the Munchkins stayed during
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
It is such a classic movie, and it was just the anniversary of Carrie dying, and I saw it, and I was like, I haven't watched this in forever. I'm going to buy it. And then getting ready for Dune 2, the Denis version, and I watched it, and it actually makes this version, the David Lynch version, even better because it's more understandable now that it's been expanded out. And last but not least, because we were doing that, this is the original Godzilla.
Gojira.
The special edition, 2-disc collector's edition, has tons of extra stuff on it, including an interview with Raymond Burr. It's got the original and it's got the US.
Wow.
So
How
we're
much
going
was
to
that?
watch this immediately after watching -1 C.
Nice.
How much was that?
This was $15.
Not
From
bad.
Best Buy?
No, this was from a DVD shop.
Oh, okay.
Not bad.
So that's my pickups.
Binky, you got anything?
Nope.
All right, so I'm going to finish it off with, I talked about this, Bruce Timm's very first, this is definitely his first cover. This is Masters of the Universe. Remember how they used to have little This is the Grizzlor one, and then
What's that sticker on it?
there you can see Bruce Timm.
I know, but what's the sticker on the?
It's just something for the bag, I think. Hold on here.
Oh, okay.
Let me make sure. Yeah, it's just a little. It's what I put it in.
Got it.
Oh, okay, it was in a bag and board.
Yeah.
And then you put it in a bigger bag board. Gotcha.
You know, a lot of those, also those early ones are, like Jack Kirby used to do side work for Mattel right before this. And I forget, there's some famous artist that did the first series of better, thicker He-Man comics.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the ones that came out at WC Creations or whatever?
I'm not for sure. I'm talking about in the toys.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Kirby did all of the Big Jim and the Pack comics, and I think he had something to do with those early He-Man ones, like either early designs or something that they went on with.
Amazing Heroes 21, Derek. Amazing Heroes 21, you are correct. 'Cause that's where the first Tim art is. I believe it's his first art. If anybody knows any different, let me know. Because we've had multiple updates tonight to the Beyond Wednesday's Creators First list. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I have a Google document that is linked in the description. It's available for anybody to look at. It's a living document, and you can add to it. All you have to do is comment on it. There's open comments, like somebody added some stuff here, somebody added some stuff here. So it's got as much of the first works and first stuff that I know of. Some of it is where we're not sure, so there'll be question marks to stuff. Like John Byrne, first work was a self-published ACA Comics #1 story that I've heard. Don't know if it's true. And there's a little question mark by it, but you can see all the great, and there's still a ton of people that aren't on the list because I had this list. I've been working on it for almost close to, I would say, 5 or 6 years now, and it was double the size, and it got lost, and I only got about half the creators on it. So there's tons of people that we still need to add, and if you know any, add some to the list.
If you ever get a chance, Brian, check out that card series they made in the 90s of the comic creators, where they had just kind of candid pictures.
The McFarlane one? Yeah, where he's swinging the bat.
Well, yeah, but on the back of it, there's a lot of like first work nods in there.
Yes, yeah.
That might help you fill that list out a little bit.
And finally, you guys, before we leave, we'll go jump. I'm going to jump in the Discord for probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe longer. I'm going to go smoke a blunt after the show and then crash. If you guys want to come hang out for that time in the Discord, we'll be in the live show lounge. The Discord is free. You can download it for free on your phone in the app, and you just put on a pair of headset, and you can come hang out with us in the live show lounge. Or it's free to download on your computer and talk through your camera and your mic the same way. Descriptions on how to enter are in the video description, so we will see you in there. That being said, good night.
Good night.